It's clobbering time!
Atomic batteries to power. Turbines to speed.
Roger, ready to move out.
Come get some. Come get some.
It's clobbering time! Clobberonimo!
Clobberonimo indeed. Welcome, my dear friends. Greetings. Welcome to Clobbering Times, number 432 on YouTube, number 1432 overall. Saturday Night Star Trek, number 165. And greetings, clobberers, clobberonimos, clobberonis, clobberuskis, clobologists, clobberians, and all the things, and the rest of you. The secret is to bang the rocks together, guys. Clobberonimo! Indeedishness. Oh, my goodness. What a night it is and is going to be, in fact. Hello, hello, my dear friends. I'm so happy to see you here. This is the week, the night of the week I look forward to the most, and I hope you do too. Some Saturday Night Trek with our Saturday Night Trek pals. So I hope you're all doing well. And we're going to start out February. Well, we're starting it out right, I guess. Or maybe, sort of, kind of, sort of, maybe. It is Superman month. All of February is Superman month. Every year on Clobbering Times. So there's that. But there is no one more super than my first officer. And I want to say hello to you, wonderful number one. Thank you so much for being here with me tonight. And I will now, of course, turn over the floor to you. You can take the helm and with your opening statements, please.
Well, thank you so much, Captain. It's great to be here. Thank you for your hospitality. It's so nice to be invited. It's an honor to be here. Hail to the chat. Good evening, everyone. It is so nice to see all of you. I'm genuinely excited every week for this mini Star Trek convention that we hold here. And I'm genuinely excited to hang out with all of these marvelous human beings. Some of them use their real names, some of them use internet handles, but each one of them has a unique personality that shines through. And I just love hearing what you think. I love the jokes you crack in the chat. I love the way you talk to one another. I love the way you interact with us. And I'm just excited for your reviews. So thank you, each and every one of you, for being here tonight. What an honor and a pleasure it is to co-host this magnificent event every weekend. I have some special thanks, and it takes a little bit of time, but you know what? This show isn't about me. It's about you, and it's about the people in this community. So let me get to that, because although I take a bit of time to do that, I want you to know that it's because of you. You matter to me. So I just want to say hail to the wrenches. Thank you to everyone who showed up here tonight to help guide us along, to help us with URLs, and to help us with welcoming new folks to Clobberin Times, to the 735 Club, all those new clobberettes and clobberooskies and clobologists. I also want to do a special shout out for 4 men that are just really outstanding guys. And they're out there all the time on their social media, spreading Clobby's channel around, inviting people to come and hang out with us, telling people how great the show is, making amazing memes. And that's our buddy, Lord Thoth. He used to be with us on the Global Geek Gang, my fellow Canadian RCMP officer, and just all around great guy. I just love him so much. So thank you, Lord Thoth, for everything that you do for us. I want to also say hello to my friend Larry. Larry is the most generous person. He's a benefactor to so many creators, artists, authors, creators on the internet. It's simply outstanding. It's unbelievable to be around someone like Larry, because without people like Larry, art doesn't happen. The corporations take over and we have no art. So thank you, Larry, for reaching into the lives of the creators, the authors, and the artists and making it happen for them. I also want to thank Chris Persia, who has been our steadfast friend for more than 3 years now. He works for the big guys, and there is no reason for him to come here, and yet he does. And he's the first to arrive, and he's the last to leave, and he's just spreading these amazing advertisements all over social media, trying to tell everyone how wonderful Clobby is. Mike Clobby Alonso, our host this evening. So I just want to say how much I appreciate Chris Persia. And are you following this guy we call Gwagnar? A fellow Albertan. I love this guy, and he sent me the coolest meme today. And it's Janeway, and I'm not going to tell you what it is, but you need to go on X, formerly known as Twitter, and you have to check out my buddy Gwagnar, who goes out of his way to make the most hysterical advertisements to get people to come here and join us in the chat and to watch this show. So, Gwagnar, I love you. I also want to give a shout out to everyone on X. Thank you so much to all of our new followers on X. You guys rock. And a shout out to all of the lurkers, those who are just too shy or too busy to jump into the chat. And yet here you are, 200, sometimes 300, sometimes more of you. So thank you to all of the lurkers, especially people like and Dr. Mew, who are over the pond. Are you a member here? You should be, because membership has its privileges. You get to hang out with Clobby and learn all sorts of cool stuff about comics and use cool emojis. And that keeps the lights on at this virtual comic book shop. If you're not ready for a membership, can you do me a favor? Can you clobber the like button and hit the subscription button as well as the notification bell so you know when Clobby's on? I have a book coming out. I write science fiction short stories. I'm a communications and technology scholar, and I studied writing in university. I'm working on my second book, and I'm not an activist. and I don't write about activism. So it's been very hard for me to find a publisher because big publishing houses want activists and they want you to write about activism. And so a bunch of really amazing people stepped forward to get my book over the finish line. And they are the following human beings: Larry, Tony Stark, Sean Carter, Penny Lane, Shooter, Gwagnar, Dave, Chris Persia, Scuba and Leslie Pete, Eric Kay and his trusty dusty dog Kirby, Enigmatic, Drop Bear, Jeff Wyatt, and Rod Thunderheart. I also want to thank all my fans, Michael and Cassandra Beacom, Mark D with the C, Anti-Derivative Jill, Maximum Redstone, JT Cook, Dadman and the Dadman Clan, Lord and Lady Thoth, and of course Lance. And please, we have a lot of pepperonis here. Throw some cheese in the chat for all of our doggos. I also want to thank Rob Altus and Tyler. Without you, these stories don't happen. And thank you for not giving up on classic episodic science fiction. I appreciate it more than you will ever know. Do you like classic episodic science fiction? You can buy my stories for 99 cents American on Amazon, on Kindle. And if you want to buy my book and you don't like Amazon or Kindle, you can always get it at Barnes & Noble. And now I'm going to be quiet because it's time to start the show. Let's do it!
Yeah. Well, absolutely. Love you, number one. Thank you for that. Oh, sorry. I know I forgot something. There, of course, everyone, we have many. There is a that's the page. Yeah, the page. There's multiple ways to find Raquel's links, and please put yours in there if you're in the chat if you have them. Number one, if you have those. So there you go.
Thank you, everyone.
Let's see. Oh, I forget. I'm always.
I can't believe
Mark
Mary
does that.
and Rennie are here.
I know. I see him. I'm about to shout him out.
Gals on the internet. Two of the greatest gals. Both of them are drop dead gorgeous, coolest chicks, and it is so good to have them here. Mary, Rennie, hi.
Lovely ladies. I got a lot of lovely ladies here tonight. Now we'll get them. We'll do our shout outs. First for some show notes, then some shout outs for my friends. Let's see. What's going on? Oh, well, hopefully tomorrow night. Our chief engineer is on a mission right now and stuff. And shout out to him. But I think, I'm not sure 100% about this, but he should have the geekery tomorrow night, Sunday night geekery as usual. I think that's still a go. I'm not 100% sure, but we will. Oops. Where to put it? Okay. We will find out. So hopefully that is the case tomorrow night. But again, we'll keep everyone posted on that. And then let's see, Monday night back over to J-Man's channel for with J-Man and Sean and I on his channel at 7 p.m. Eastern for our Legion of Superheroes reviews. And then of course throughout the rest of the month this month is Superman month. And so we'll continue having, let's see, there'll be Monday Night Mark C Comics Talk, which will be Superman related. And of course, everything will be in some way just about the usual spate of shows, folks. But you all know what they are at this point. I'll just get them more shouted out later because we just want to get down to beeswax now. And part of that is to get all you friends who are popping in shouted out. So let's see.
You received a gift from Talkie Toaster. And I just wanted Gwaggy to know that Mark sent me the URL to his Google Doc, which is open to the public. And so I will be screen sharing tonight. So we will have the nerdiest of the nerdy spreadsheets, because of course you can't have an episode of Saturday Night Star Trek without Mark's super nerdy spreadsheets. While you're bringing up Jason, J-Man, if you're not following J-Man, everyone, can you do me a favor and follow him? And if you like horror, he sells them. He writes and sells his horror on Amazon. And the reason why I'm bringing Jay up tonight, and I don't want to get emotional, but I lost somebody in my family, and we had to do a celebration of life. And Jay stepped up like a superhero and provided the music for that. So I'm going to start bawling my eyes out. That was today. And Jay just
Wow.
swooped in as though he were wearing a cape, and he just saved the day. So I just want to say how much I love Jay and his wife, and they're also fellow Canadians and authors. And I just want to say how much I love them and appreciate them. So thank you, Jay.
Oh, well, goodness. I mean, wow. That's J-Man is just what a wonderful friend he is. I love going on his channel, hanging out with him twice a week, which I do all throughout the course of the week. Of course, like I said, we're doing our Legion of Superhero shows on Monday nights and our Bob Haney shows. And then throughout the course of the week, and then on Fridays on J-Man's channel, covering Frank Miller's classic comics changing Daredevil run, 7 p.m. Eastern on his channel over there. And he's just a great friend and a great pal. And go shout out to Nick, the great 32 Flavors of Nick Weiser, who hung out with us at the clubhouse the other night. I had a great time on his channel last night reviewing an X-Men comic. So those are other show notes that I did not do yet. Now, for some shout outs, folks, our shout outs, our show notes, then our shout outs, shall we? Our shout outs are for first our what's wrong with me?
I'll just quickly jump in here and say
mods,
thank you, everyone. I love you so much, and I'm sending hugs back to all of you. I love you all. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. We love you all. We love you all, indeed. And so starting out with our wrenches, whether they're here or not, they get the shout out, of course. The great Eric K., the Bronze Wrencher. The great Chris Persia, Vindicator Wrench of the Great White North. D. Bud Martin, the Wrench of Iron. Lord Thoth, Avon lives, long live the Legion to the great God of the Wrenches. Shout out to Lady Thoth. And the aforementioned great J-Men, Wrench Without Fear. And a fellow crime partner in crime on Earth B. And a fellow Legionnaire extraordinaire reviewer. Maddie's daddy, Vilda Wrench Bialdia. Kal-El Super Wrench. Banty Outsidery, the rascally wrench himself. Master the Claboni, Hungry Boy, Maximum Redstone, our own Music Meister, and of course, our Triple Bullwinkle, Larry.
A man so nice you should say his name twice, perhaps thrice. Larry.
Larry's his name. All right, so let's see. Who is with us up in here tonight so far?
Cool people by the dozens.
Yes. So let's shout them out. First, I'm going to say thank you to the great 32 Flavors of Nick Weiser. He joined us the other night, and he became a member of the channel. Of course, Nick's a great film. And JT Kirk gifted 10 Clobber Time memberships. Thank you, JT, buddy. You're too kind.
Building the channel, JT Kirk. He is Kirok.
Appreciate it, buddy. And Talkie Toaster. By the way, don't think I don't have my suspicions of who you are. Would anyone like any toast? Yes.
I don't like toasters.
We were talking about Talkie Toaster the other night, the character from Red Dwarf, and all of a sudden, Talkie Toaster becomes a member of the chat. That's not a coinky dink.
As long as he's not a Cylon, I'm okay.
I bet I know who he is.
You better not be a Cylon.
No, it's I had my suspicions.
Oh, you're very suspicious.
All right, let's see. So, who else is with us up in here tonight? All right. I'd like to get everything, as many people as I can, written down before I do the shout outs, my friends. So bear with me, because I don't want to miss anyone. You all mean so much to us. So let's see if I can. And everyone's like let's see. Now I think I'm ready to go. Start. Making sure. Damn it. Cannot write.
He's making a list. He's checking it twice.
All right.
He's going to find out who's clobbering tonight.
Wow. Since you're doing that, I may as well write another one.
Writing your names.
But I can't read my own handwriting for help, if that means anything to you.
Well, that's okay. Maybe you were meant to be a doctor.
I am one. Or at least
He's writing your prescription for fun tonight.
All right, everybody. So with us tonight, of course, shout out to the great Mark D with the C, who is with us in spirit. And
Although he hasn't given up the ghost.
our communications officer, the wonderful anti-derivative Jill is here. Hey, Jill, joining us later at the end for our season 4 wrap up. Don't, Jill, I will once we get through doing our reviews, I will send you the link if you can make it. If you can make it, of course. Let's see here. FKHC 2005 Fairfax.
Good evening.
Susan and Raymond Feliciano.
Those romantic, crazy kids.
What's up?
You know where they're from? King Dolphin TV.
In color.
Of course, it's in color.
Malachi.
Leslie just walks through the door. Oh my gosh. It's
Oh, my.
ladies' night. All of the coolest chicks on the internet are here tonight.
Well, I am going to get them all shouted out, you know.
I know, but this is
jumping the gun on the shout
here.
outs. I know,
Right,
but
Larry, more
but I-
cowbell.
I write them all down for that very reason. Malachi D. Wildman.
Hello.
Shooter.
Pew, pew, pew.
Katie's here, the world's greatest Voyager fan.
Hey,
Wagner.
Wagner.
Stuart Mitchell. What's up, buddy?
Dolly had braces.
Indeed. The great aforementioned J.T. Kirk.
He is Kirok.
Dave C.
Cassandra.
Hello, Cassandra. Once again, you let the cat out of the bag before I could say it.
Sorry. I can't
You should
believe
be
I'm just excited. All
you
the
should be
ladies are
sorry.
here. My
Well,
ladies.
I am happy to see so many ladies here. Yeah. In fact, you know, all the dudes are happy about that, aren't we? I mean, West Cagle, of the
Evening, West.
greatest Voyager fan of them all, except for Katie.
He's going to send you shin kicks. West Kegel, you should shin kick him.
The,
Shin kick him.
the Tetrarch of Apathy.
So apathetic.
The wonderful, beautiful, lovely Ginger Menace.
Very beautiful
Hey
lady.
there. Good to see you, my dear. And the
Love
other
you.
beautiful lady, Rennie L. Another gorgeous,
Yay!
beautiful, super hottie.
Right?
We're so happy to have the beautiful ladies here with us tonight. I mean, you guys are okay, but let's face it, we like seeing the ladies here. What are we gonna
Yes.
lie? Can't lie to you.
When a bunch of hot girls walk through the door, it's cool.
Also with us, and I know who this person is too, by the way. Taylor Swift is, and I always forget the rest of it. Taylor Swift is. I'm gonna fill in the blank on this one. Taylor Swift is probably gonna cheat and win the Super Bowl.
Just say Taylor Swift is ...
Anything. ... Again, the aforementioned Talkie Toaster, Don
Yep.
Lewis,
Good evening, Don.
Professor R2,
R2.
Jessica Baker. Hello, Jessica. Another lady. I mean, it's
Good evening,
fantastic.
Jessica.
Blunt Plunk Reviews.
Blunt Filler Reviews.
Value of Nothing is value. It's very valuable to me. Let's see here. Michael and Cassandra Beacom.
Yay! I love you, Beacums.
And of course, the wonderful Mrs. Scuba Pete.
Leslie. Hi, gorgeous.
And I already said him, but he just actually now he's popped in for real there. The great Max Redstone's here.
Maximum Redstone.
All right. Well, yeah. That's right. Rennie says Taylor Swift is. That is true. I've heard before that is Matt G. Taylor Swift greater than Disney, Star Wars, and MCU. But tonight is Taylor Swift is going to win the Super Bowl. Captain Von Doomfinity Temperus Maximus and beyond. I love that name.
Shooter. Pew, pew, pew. Shooter. Lighten up the chat with gunfire. Look at this.
Oh, Shooter. Thank you so much. Shooter gifted 5 Clobbering Times memberships.
So
thank you so
generous.
much, my brother. You're too kind.
Ridiculous.
Very kind of you.
What is 5 memberships? It's like $30 Canadian. Crazy.
Now that you mention it, I guess I don't know. But yeah.
I think that's what it is. I might be wrong, but it's pretty expensive. Like, I can't believe that Larry and Shooter and like so many and JT Kirk, they're always giving those memberships. It's just so incredibly generous.
Thank you so
Yama
much.
Wama!
Jamalama's here? All right.
Jamalama! Penny!
Penny's here? Oh,
Penny,
Penny.
Penny, Penny!
This is ladies' night, man. I'm
It
telling you.
is. All the hot chicks are here.
You guys behave yourself. Be on your best damn behavior, boys. Damn it. I don't want any acting up by you mugs, you hear?
05 is only $20 Australian. Okay, all right.
Well, it's much appreciated. Thank you so much.
Yeah, exactly. Memberships
so much.
in 5 memberships in Canadian dollars, 295.4 trillion. Love you, Max.
As long as you don't have to ship them, right? Ship them out somewhere.
Yeah, if you have to ship them, then
you have to mail
it's
them, then you're in
1
trouble.
trillion more.
Yes. Captain says, I'm actually on another panel debating whether Star Trek retcons are canon. Geek heaven today. I you. It depends on which retcons you're talking about, I guess. But are they canon? Well, if Roddenberry did some, and they are. But anyway, interesting topic there. I like it. Okay, let's see. I guess we should go on and start reviewing these episodes, shall we? Let's say, Rick Berman and all those guys actually went to all that trouble to make them and everything, right?
Yes.
Taylor Swift, greater than Disney, member for 11 months, says, how dare you question Taylor Swift? I just don't want her to win the Super Bowl.
Okay. First of all, I need to shin kick Mark for turning me into an icon, an emoji. I can't see it on my side. Did he use the Andorian one? I think that's the one I saw on his channel. It's just too cute, and I love him for that. And I would just like to say, as the first officer, that I don't even have to ask the captain this. I know, and I'm going to call it right now. Yes, Blunt Philly Reviews. You can be a petty officer. You are a petty officer officially.
There. Ridiculous. Well, let's see. Where are we at? All right, so are we ready to begin or what?
Yeah, I think we should. For those who are new here, why don't you tell them about the show? What is Saturday Night Star Trek all about?
Well, those who are new here, by the way, I want to thank everyone who's lurking. All you lurkers out there are much appreciated, as are any of you watching on a download or a rewatch. Thank you so much for being here. Saturday Night Star Trek. We have been doing the show. The beginning of January of this January marked 3 years to the day that we started on. We embarked. I mean, I was doing Saturday Night Star Trek before that, but that marks when. My wonderful first officer, number 1, Commander Briggs, and I began this mission. Oh, thank you, Larry, for gifted 20 memberships. My goodness. Thank you so much, buddy.
Insanely generous. Thank you, Larry.
Thank you. I think for all that stuff, I guess, before we get going, we should, and it is a Trek night, we should at least give them something for all those generous I'm trying to find something here. I don't know what to give them, though. I'm trying to give them something they would like to see us for. Here we go. Thank you so much for all those generous donations, folks.
No bloody A, B, C, or D. It is green.
Scotty, as good as your word.
Aye, sir. The more they overthink the plumbing, the easier it is to stop up the drain.
Yes, indeed. Yes, just thank you all so
Larry's
much.
Turbines to speed.
Larry's
favorite is turbines to speed.
Is that what he wants?
No, he didn't ask. I just wanted you to know.
Okay.
Atomic batteries to power. Turbines to speed.
Roger, ready to move out.
There's only one thing I want to...
Captain, I see no reason to stand here and be insulted. Your agonizer, please.
Mockany Draws. Hello there. Good to see you. And Joe Dog and Courtney.
And Princess Fee.
Oh, no, I didn't see Fee. You there? Oh my goodness.
Shout out to Fee for advertising the show today. Thank you so much for
Thank you, Fee.
using your ex to do that, Fee. It's good to see you.
Fee, good to see you.
And
Oh,
Mackie
man.
Draws, it's so good to see you. Hello. And Courtney, I don't know if you heard me yell your name, but I was very enthusiastic when you walked through the door.
Again, ladies.
It's all the ladies. I love the ladies. It's good.
Beautiful.
Oh my goodness, Eric K.
Beautiful ladies are here tonight. I'm telling you, Fiona, beautiful lady. I mean, look, do we need to even have a show? We'll just hang out and talk to ladies all night. It's the kind of guys we are. Thank you, Eric K, for the super chat, buddy. He says, need to add Jolene Blaylock with a decon gel.
Yeah.
I will talk to the chief engineer about that. I will see. I will look into it.
It is pretty tiny, though, so I don't know if that would work so well. How does the agony booth look when you put the agony booth up? It's pretty small.
Yeah. I think he meant a clip.
Oh, a clip.
I don't know. Maybe he didn't, but I think he did. All right. So anyway, 3 years ago, we started on this mission of what we would call reviewing real Star Trek, which that is to say 1966 or 2005, the only legitimate Star Trek. Everything with the Star Trek label on it after that that's played on a TV screen or a movie screen is corporate sludge. It's not legitimate Star Trek. It doesn't count. Only the 735 Club as calculated by my wonderful first officer. And so we started with the original series, then did the animated series, the original crew films, the Star Trek The Next Generation, the TNG films, Star Trek Deep Space Nine, and tonight we finish up the last 3 episodes of Star Trek Voyager. And generally, when we're in the course of a normal season, we do 4 episodes, but we ended up with 3. We'll do 3 tonight. Then we will give a look back at wrap party or look back of at the season 4 as a whole. So we will start our reviews. Basically, number 1 will read us a bit of a synopsis of said episode, and then we will talk about it a little bit. We will rate it, and then you, our wonderful friends in the chat, if you've seen the episode and you would like to speak about it or have your opinion voiced about it, you will write us any words you may have about it, and I will read them to you. And
welcome, Eli.
Yeah,
thank you for joining us.
McInnes, hey there, Eli McInnes. Good to see you. Welcome to Clobbering Times. All right, well, here we go. Number 1, are you ready for our first episode of the night?
Yeah. Okay, folks. I'm going to be reading from Wikipedia, and the reason being is because the companion and the celebration book, they're too long-winded. Both of them are way too long-winded, and we need a summary in case folks haven't had a chance to watch the episodes. Now, Wikipedia sucks. It's the grammar is atrocious. Sometimes it's even incorrect, but we correct it. So. And I should also say, this will be a cold read for me. I don't pre-read anything. And when I say that, I should also tell everyone that this is an entirely organic show. Clobby and I do not discuss the reviews beforehand. We do not watch together and decide what we think collectively. This is all very, very organic. So I will read a little bit from Wikipedia, and then we'll break down those episodes. So tonight's first episode is Demon. It is season 4, episode 24. Now, if you're following along in the companion or the celebration, this is production code 192. Now, if you really want to know about Star Trek, it's better to go to Paula M. Block and Terry J. Erdman. That's her husband, and they have a book. Now, we vetted the celebration and the companion for this show. Neither one of them are all that great. However, I was doing some digging around over the weekend, and I actually found an incredible Star Trek book that has all of the confirmed original source production information written by Paula M. Block, and it is a book that's out of print, and I've ordered it. So I forget what it's called, but I'll let you know what it is when it arrives. Should be here in a few days. But that's where you should get your information for this show. One thing I will tell you over the last 3 years that I've learned in doing this show is usually when you see people talking about Star Trek, they do mass dumps of trivia from IMDb and from Memory Alpha and from Wikipedia. And I can tell you for sure that most of the stuff you read at those sources, which is user-generated, is false. It's factoid, just crap that gets passed along, and it gets passed from fan to fan, and people think it's fact, but it's not. It's factoid. So keep those books handy, and never mind the filth or those user-generated sites. Anyway, Demon first aired on May 6th, 1998, and some of us have been watching it since then, although there is heaps of shame in that. I hate to admit it. And let's go. Wikipedia. This is the summary from Wikipedia. With their deuterium supplies dwindling, Captain Janeway orders the crew of Voyager to reduce power consumption to minimal levels, traveling at impulse power and confining the crew to a few decks. 7 of 9 detects signs of deuterium on a nearby planet, which Chakotay quickly identifies as a demon-class planet, hostile to living creatures due to its high surface temperature and toxic atmosphere. With no way to remotely extract the deuterium due to communication interference from the atmosphere, Harry Kim volunteers himself and Tom Paris to take a shuttlecraft to the surface using modified shield technology and extract the essential materials themselves. As they track down the deuterium deposits on the surface, they discover a metallic liquid that maintains a cool temperature despite the atmosphere. Changeling. Soon, their environmental suits fail, and they collapse. When Paris and Kim fail to return to Voyager after some time, Janeway orders the ship to land on the surface to send out teams to find them. Chakotay and 7 of 9 discover the two alive, but out of their suits and apparently able to withstand the harsh conditions. With a supply of deuterium to continue their journey home, they return to Voyager, but Kim and Paris start to suffocate once aboard until the Doctor can contain a supply of the planet's atmosphere. The Doctor discovers both men have large quantities of a metallic liquid in their blood, and explains that because the planet's atmosphere is impossible to recreate should Voyager leave, they would need to leave the two behind. Soon, a pool of liquid forms beneath the ship, and before they can lift off, the ship is partially sunk, trapping them. Dun, dun, dun! Taurus discovers that the liquid has the ability to take on the form of organic material. Odo! Chakotay, 7, and Kim return to the planet and eventually discover that the barely alive Kim and Paris, still within their environmental suits, running on emergency backup power. The two safely return to Voyager, and the Doctor realizes that the other Kim and Paris are actually clones created by the metallic liquid. Changelings, using the DNA of the human crew members to construct the bodies. When they try to return the two clones to the surface, the pool under the ship reacts, causing it to sink more. Janeway is able to talk to the Kim clone and reaches out, but his new intelligence, a silver blood, who explains that it has just discovered life and wants to keep the Voyager crew around for companionship. Janeway proposes to the silver blood that it can clone any member of the crew that volunteers, allowing it to create duplicates of the crew for itself in exchange for releasing the ship. The creature agrees, and soon Voyager lifts off, leaving numerous crew clones on the planet. So, Clobby, that's all Wikipedia has to say about Demon. What'd you think of this episode, boss?
Oh, he killed me with it. Maze, hey, Mazer, welcome, Mazer. It's good to see you. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Oh, well. I don't even... Okay. There's a bit at the beginning. Didn't Chakotay, and look, I admit, this is not the original series, so I got to admit I've got to the point where I don't pay much attention anymore. Granted, I mean, I have the attention span of a 2-year-old when I'm watching the show sometimes. So, or a very old person, which I am. So either way you want to put it.
I think you mispronounced Chakotay's name. I believe it is pronounced Chipotle.
Right. Didn't Chipotle like he said, no, nothing can survive in the atmosphere. Anything we sent there, like we sent a probe or whatever, it'll burn up.
It's true.
And then 5 seconds later, but we could send the shuttle and you could walk around in spaceship suits out in this thing.
Yep.
But I thought it would. I mean, if they'd have come up with some special force fields or some kind of crap, but they didn't do that.
Nope.
They just said all of a sudden, yes, a shuttle can enter the atmosphere. A shuttle can. You can walk around in spacesuits, in environmental suits, and you'll be fine. Well, which is it? They said anything that goes in this onto this planet. I mean, it's hotter than not hotter than the sun, but it's nothing. Even our technology won't work. It's so hot.
Yeah.
But it kind of will, and we could land the ship there too. By the way.
Yeah.
And they could lay there with no oxygen for 5 hours and be fine.
Yeah.
That has dumb shit like that. But the whole point is, I think my whole big problem was, you know what? Some of the stuff with the concept of some of the ideas, you can't just throw out raw ideas like that and not develop them properly, like with the liquid stuff. Jeremiah Hembry.
Changelings?
Yeah, the changelings. Jeremiah. Hello there.
Good evening, Jeremiah Hembry.
Yeah, good to see you, Jeremiah. So
Jamalama, he did say that.
What?
Nothing. Jamalama.
Yeah, it was an accident. Or maybe I was talking about Chakotay.
Yeah.
Anyway. Just go over the notes because I think it was. I think everything, the liquid stuff, the basically the changelings and stuff.
The changelings.
I could buy into it as a life form because they've already done it. It's the president for it in Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
But they just don't give you enough in such a short span of time. And they probably could have. Execution is your key in this episode. You probably could have explained more of this better if you hadn't waited to the last 10 minutes to get into. Oh, by the way, we have silver blood type stuff that can duplicate people. And we're going to spring this on you at the end of the episode.
Yeah.
And by the way, Jeremiah, member for 2 months. I'm sorry, Jeremiah, I forgot. I missed your thing. Yes, indeed. R.I.P. Carl Weathers. It is a damn shame, man. I love that man. Yeah. So yes, I didn't mean to miss that for you. Go ahead. So yeah, go ahead. Number one.
Okay, so here are my notes. If you're new around here, I write notes with an actual pencil and a piece of paper because I'm a nerd. I'm an academic. And I've been watching Star Trek for over 45 years. So these are my notes. Voyager is out of gas again. I'm so tired of this Texaco story. Chakotay says that the surface is 500 Kelvin. Now, 500 Kelvin isn't a made up, it's not technobabble, and I think a lot of people think it is, but it's not. Oh, also they say kelvins, and the plural is Kelvin. There is no kelvins. Anyways, everyone should know that 500 Kelvin is actually 226.85 degrees Celsius. And that would be for Americans, 440.33 degrees Fahrenheit. And everyone should know that humans cannot withstand more than their core temperature for extended periods of time. So we get an actual reading from Tom, which makes this even more preposterous. The surface reading is, again, 500 kelvins. So that's just ridiculous. No one, and I'll just use the American because it's the American. Well, we have lots of Canadians here, but anyway, it's like 230 degrees or 450 degrees Fahrenheit. So get lost, get out of here. And the reason for that is those suits would not be able to withstand that. I don't care what they're making the suits out of. I live with a metallurgist, so I know titanium and things like that can stand up to that, or I think at least for some period of time. I'm not too firm on that, but I know that there are some metals that can stand up to that for either a short period or a long period of time. I'm no metallurgist, but I know it's possible. Anyway, but just not those suits. I'm sorry. A Voyager's landing gear might be made out of titanium, but those suits aren't. Also, Neelix is a complete effing scumbag. He's the morale officer, and what does he do? He goes off into
Yes.
the medical bay and takes an emergency bed. Why did they do this? Why did the authors, which is that Andre Borimanis guy, why did he do that? Why did he have Neelix do that? Like, Neelix is a drug dealer, and he allowed his partner, who he was dealing drugs with, he allowed him to go to jail, and take the whole rap for it. Neelix also is a deserter. During war, he deserted, and not only did he desert, but during a napalm-like event, or like a Nagasaki type of event, a Hiroshima or Hiroshima event, depending upon where in the world you live, how you pronounce that. He actually had children in front of him dying from what would be equal to black rain, and he ran away from them. So why give us more to hate Neelix? I mean, I just hate Neelix. I hate the chicken man. You know what I mean? Like, let's just pluck that chicken man and just get it over with. Anyway.
By the way, JT Kirk, thank you for the super chat. Where's Armis when you need him? Yeah.
Yes.
Good point. Thank you, buddy.
We need Armis. Anyways, when the shuttle is discovered, when Chakotay goes down to the surface, it's open to the elements. So the door is open, but nothing inside is damaged. So all of the materials within a shuttlecraft can withstand 440 degrees Fahrenheit. Get out of here. Get out of here. Tom can withstand 440 degrees Fahrenheit and no oxygen. Now, it's important that people understand this. It's not just the temperature. It's the fact that there is a poisonous cocktail of chemicals, toxic. There are atmospheric gases that they know no living tissue can endure. And yet here we are with... Yeah. Anyway, science fiction, people should know that the delineation betwixt science fiction and science fantasy is that science fiction is plausible and science fantasy is magical. And while there's nothing wrong with that, remember that Gene Roddenberry wanted Star Trek to be hard science fiction. So what are these humans going to eat and drink if they are, quote unquote, left behind on the planet? Now, many of you may jump into the chat and say, but we find out later that they're the Silver Bloods. No, I'm talking about when the doctor says, well, we'll have to leave Tom and Harry behind. They're already strapped for these replicators, and these replicators obviously aren't what we think they are, because they're like, it's like Texaco. They have to stop for gas. It's like, you know, they gotta stop for gas every few miles. So it's just a stupid thing to bring up. Moreover, recreated duplicates would also need food and water, since Harry says 2 times that all of the duplicates are recreations of their DNA. So this is a duplication of DNA. Well, if it's duplicated DNA, it needs food and water. I also found it to be very un-Star Trek-like to even ask people to volunteer themselves for cloning. This does not pass the Kirk test. So Kirk would have an impassioned, highly philosophical and cerebral retort for this, explaining that human beings would rather die than give up their individuality or to have a piece of them taken without their permission. But we don't get an opportunity for that because of some dumb writing. This is an incredibly cool idea, and this whole episode would be an A if they did not make it a demon-class planet. If they did not make it 440.33 degrees Fahrenheit, this is an A episode. But because they don't do that, it is moronic. Like, it is full on nincompoopery. And so it's an F.
First of all, Courtney, you were not skipped. I was waiting for. I don't like generally, and like to interrupt Raquel. So you weren't skipped, Courtney. Courtney said, "Can I beat a fart noise gal if you're ever sick, please?" Yes, if we ever need it, substitute fart noise lady. You are the one. Eric K, thank you for the super chat. What he says, how does Raquel feel about Neelix? I'm not
hate
sure.
him. I hate Neelix. I hate Neelix. Scumbag, drug dealer, deserter, and he dated a toddler. And when he was taking care of a little girl thereafter, he called the little girl sweeting like he called Kess. Super Kess.
I'm still not sure what you're saying here. Maybe
Neelix, and I strongly dislike Kess. Hey, did I tell you that I hate Neelix and I strongly dislike Kess? Neelix, and I strongly dislike Kess.
Draw that man in a chicken suit. It's the Chicken Man!
How does Raquel feel about Neelix? We may never know. RRTN said thank you for the super chat. I appreciate this. It says a great app when Chakotay yelled, "So say we all." Liberated and used Excalibur to kill Voldemort and save Rohan from the dark. I wept. I love your RTNZ. Thank you for being here. Loved it. Well done. Let's see. So, okay. So you give it an F, do you? Well, I give it a D. I thought it was dumb and boring and stupid. And I just didn't, I'm right there, not too far off from you. So now, folks, in this part is the part in the show where I say, where I say to you, I don't know where it is. What do I say to you? But there was something I was going to say to you. Oh, there it is. When I say to you,
the word is given.
Go ahead and put your reviews up. And while number one is storing those for me, I will bring us some Max Redstone entertainment. As you know, Max Redstone is a brilliant lyricist. He is our own music maester. And as such, when he is with us, he is often kind enough to give us a bit of a limerick about episodes that we're reviewing. And here's one he's written for Demon. So without further ado, Max Redstone presents Demon. Ahem. Voyager has an energy Jones without power at systematic bare bones. Yet the demon dopes don't get their isotopes and have to leave behind a crew of clones. Very nicely done. So good, Max. I'm going to do it again so I don't cluggle it up so bad. There we go. Voyager has an energy Jones without power at systematic bare bones. Yet the demon dopes get their isotopes and have to leave behind a crew of clones. I screwed it up again. Sorry, Max. I'm pathetic, but you're great. Hey, Wolfie popped in. Wolfie. I'm not worthy, Max. Sorry, buddy. All right. So let's see what we have up in here so far for our reviews. Speaking of the great Max Redstone, he says D-. Was this episode ghost written by Melinda Snodgrass? Wow. We have already climbed up the long ladder to discuss not only the ethics, but also the efficacy of wholesale cloning.
Yeah, and what are they going to eat, Max?
I guess it's a good thing that Riker and Pulaski weren't around. No shit.
Yeah.
The concepts put forward had potential, but were wrapped in dumbass. And so much dumbass, all the smart suffocated.
Yep.
Double dumbass on you.
If you don't know what somebody's going to do with your clone in an enduring way, in a go forward way, and it's an alien species, of course you wouldn't. When Gene Roddenberry was alive, cloning is a no-no. But now that Gene Roddenberry has passed away, you just have to volunteer.
Let's see. Okay, where were I? Oh. Fiona could validate my feeling that no scientific resources were used in the production of this episode, though scientific principles were violated. I bet the Silver Blood didn't take a Neelix. No.
Good evening, Dadman. Dadman Clan.
Hey, Dadman. Hey, Dadman. Hey, buddy. I can't see the chat right now while I'm doing this. So, Dadman. And the Dadman Clan. Good to see you, buddy.
I just want to give a quick shout out to Rennie as well. She says, you guys are keeping me company while I'm waiting for while I am waiting in my car for my hubby to get off of work.
Oh, well, I hope you're being safe out there, Rennie. And it's lovely to have you with us. It's always so cool. It makes me feel good to see you out there.
That is correct. Kay Roberts. Good evening, Kay Roberts, and welcome to Saturday Night Star Trek. You are correct, sir. There is no moral compass in the later writing crews. Totally
Kay
agree.
Roberts. Yeah. Indeedishness. Thank you, Kay Roberts, for being here. Where were I? Oh, oops, sorry. Starred. Okay, where were I? Here we go. West Cagle, the biggest Voyager fan I know. That's F minus. I think he means that's a minus. They might not have been running low on deuterium and needing to. They might not have been running low on deuterium and needing to take measures to conserve energy if they hadn't been flippantly using the holodecks.
Yeah.
This whole damn time. That's a good point. He gives it an FEFF. Thank you, Wes Cagle, the biggest Voyager.
That gets into the dirty business of science, right? Because if Neelix keeps taking on these foodstuffs from these planets, all of that stuff is going in a reclamation unit. And so all of your urine and your poop, all elimination and defecation eventually winds up being used and reused on a ship that should be able to have a 5-year voyage with no help.
Shooter says, C. Back to the gas guzzling ship storyline. I thought we had left this in season 2. Also, a Neelix B story thrown in to annoy us that even the doctor can't save. Yes, it was so. They just fill her up crap. How does a DNA sample transfer memory? The idea was interesting, and there are worse episodes, but the flaws are overwhelming. Still, I don't hate it.
Okay.
It's a fair cop, Shooter. It's a fair cop. Gwagnar says grade to D. They waited until they were almost out of power before starting to seriously conserve it.
Love
Good part. Doing it earlier would have made it last longer. Typical Janeway decision making. Yep.
Bangway.
How about using the stasis technology from the next episode? One to save power from life support, food prep, lighting, etc. Oh, right. That would imply continuity between episodes. Yeah, we can't have that.
Lisa!
You already saved her.
I know, but she shouted us out in the chat, Clubby.
Hey, Lisa. Okay. Lisa, good to see you. I mean, you saved one of her reviews. I was going to shout her out, but
yeah. No, she asked us specifically. So, hey,
Lisa. No safety precautions when handling the dangerous material that they thought changed Tom and Harry. Safety is obviously handled by Tuvok security. Yeah. What's it? Another one for Gwag.
Oh, wow. Stupenzo. Welcome to the chat. And I'm so happy. Welcome. I'm so happy you're a member. Stupenzo says, I was just gifted a membership to this channel. I wasn't even watching. Nice. Thanks.
Oh, well, Stupenzo. Thanks for being here. Yes. And it's good to see you. Nice to meet you. Welcome to Clobbering Times. Circumstances notwithstanding. So it's just cool. We love it when anyone new pops in. So I hope you are well. Let's see here. Where were I? Okay. All right. Michael Beacom says D. Gets the episode of D. Like watching fourth graders trying to write their own science fiction after making them read Heinlein stories. They understand some of the forms of sci-fi, spacesuits, weird life forms. Where's the second one? Extreme environments, but they don't truly understand the science they're trying to talk about. Let them clone the crew? A usual ask, what would Kirk do? Not what Insane Way did, that's for sure. So
Yeah, you have no
right?
idea how those clones will be used or what those clones are going to do, and there are just
Send
way
in the
too many
clones. Yeah.
questions. And I also want to say hello to Hooby Dooby. Herc 130 is in the chat. Everybody, pass the tequila.
Herc,
Please drink
Herc.
responsibly. Hooby Dooby.
Ooby dooby, Herc. What's up? Did I get Guagnar's last one, or did I?
No, it's
No, I
okay because
didn't
it was
because
that's a fair mistake, boss, because they
I
were
got
spread out
derailed.
because the chat
Oh,
is like super busy. It's super
well,
bumping
they were.
tonight.
Yeah, I was going to his, and that shows you got to watch my attention span because when you yell out something, and when I'm in the middle of these, you yelled out Lisa, then I said, "Oh, Lisa's here!" Boom, and that was
Okay, I
all it took.
promise I will not say anything at all.
No. Oh, don't. You know what I mean? You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
No, I'm just saying if I'm in the if I'm not to someone's end yet.
Yeah, but I
Say it
don't think
happened.
that happened for that reason. It's because there's a great deal of distance between those, so that's the way that they're
Right.
filing in your file. So when it's going to get to Fee soon, and Fee has like maybe a
Right.
6 or a 7 minute gap between her 5 and her 6, so that's going to happen again where they're all file up onto
Yeah.
your
No,
file
you're
that
right.
way. Okay.
What I'm saying is I have the attention span of a gnat, and I was almost to Wagnar's when that happened, and I totally lost where I am. I'm that senile. You have to understand I am really that dangerously senile. So just don't worry about me when I'm don't even regard what I say at this point. If I ask you a question, I might ask you the same one 5 seconds later. So hopefully they grabbed as much deuterium as they could carry after duplicating the crew. It was never mentioned if they got more, and I wouldn't put it past Janeway to forget about it. Like me, sort of. RRTNZ says, Demon review. I guess Janeway's resource management sucks. Bioforming was an interesting idea, but this ep sinks in a pool of magic mystery metallic goom. Moral equal don't land starship in hell. C minus. Well said. Yeah. Agreed. Professor R2 says F this episode. This is in the running for the most insulting episode of all Star Trek. Wow. The science consultant must have been out to lunch, and worse, they contradict their own story repeatedly. Boy, howdy. Did they ever? Jill says, D. Raquel has been making fuel station jokes for so long. You have, by the way. I forgot there is an episode where someone forgot to look at the fuel gauge and ran out of gas. It's embarrassing. Deuterium is common. Oof. Tuvok rudely takes Neelix's things for absolutely no reason, causing Neelix to invade the sickbay. And then the doctor has to be a jerk, too. Why is everyone being terrible? Because they're Hollywood jerks. If you have a demon-class planet, then the danger should be taken seriously. Voyager's tradition of not understanding how DNA works gives us a planetary life form that can duplicate human DNA. They can also become ignorant like communicators. So why not just say they're proto-changelings? That'd be much more believable than we don't have to imagine the difficulties of biology. Well said, Jilly. Lisa says B+. The B story of sleeping arrangements was lame. Thanks, Neelix. Demon Planet, a bit extreme for what the story required, causing incongruity. Subtracting that mess. Discovering, distrusting, then working with Odo's cousins and developing, facilitating a solution for higher consciousness to an alien puddle seemed very Trek-like. Only about 5 to 10 minutes. Oh, well. Only about 5 to 10 minutes. Oh, well. I got you. Thank you, Lise. Wolfie. We haven't seen Wolfie in a while, have we? Hey, Wolfie. Says D. So they need deuterium, like the stuff we have been able to collect from water on Earth since 1930 by distillation of electrolysis. Excuse me. Dumb. Oh, man. They just need heavy water, D2O. They can replicate or extract from from any space water source. Should have gone with they need some rare metal, sorry, for the warp core or something. Yeah, should have used a different excuse. Agreed. E for JT Kirk says, these gas station episodes are really starting to run on empty. Ooh, wow, that's good. Good one. The value of nothing says H for hilarious. Chem. But in the last 4 years, a lot has happened. I fought the Borg, been transformed into an alien, helped defeat the Hirogen. Hell, I've even come back from the dead. Paris, it's been a wild ride. There you go. Quoting. Thank you, value of nothing. Princess Fiona. Hey, I didn't know Fanty was here. Fanty's here. Hey, Fanty. Get there in a minute. I didn't see you. Okay. What about the metaphysics shielding? Metaphysics shielding? That's old tech that allows a ship to enter a star's corona. But OMG, deuterium is everywhere in the universe. But you know where it isn't? In pockets of a boiling planet. We distill it from water. You know what was? You know what has water? Comets. You know what has a shite ton of comets? Space. You could also create deuterium via neutron bombardment, which happens in plain old reactors on Earth. I imagine it's not much. I imagine it's not much a problem with 24th century tech. At least make up a fake fuel. Thank you. Yeah, that's wow. Good point. They ignore canon to create this retardable contrivance, all to get the setup for a ridiculous story. Wasn't Bangway a science officer? That's only the fuel stuff. Can't even address. That's only the fuel stuff. Can't even address. Hang on a second. The ethical mess. That's only the fuel stuff. You're right. Can't even address the ethical mess. I don't even want to talk about spending the crew off to die on some stupid mission because Neelix wants really hot pizza. This dying even makes sense. This dying even makes sense to my dog. Doesn't even make sense to my dog's part. What you meant? Okay. F minus. No Z minus. Calling this an Electro Woman and Dinah Girl plot would be an insult to low-budget Saturday morning shows. Where are the writing room paint sticks when you need them? Wow, well done, Fiona. Fanty says, D, they just love the word clone. These aren't clones as they are not carbon-based biologicals. The silver blood mimicked human and aliens, but they weren't human. The planet sustains them. No food or water needed. Instead of the crew, they could have offered edited historical records so they could duplicate past humans, aliens, just not the worst of humanity. They never think, though. Thank you, Fanty. The great Eric K says C minus. Ship is out of energy again. Someone needs to see who got kickbacks for the design of this ship. Amazing. They cannot hardly go a week without not enough power when you run out of oxygen. In a suit, in a suit, you still have the air left. Why did they drop? We make suits now that will withstand 3,000 Fahrenheit or 1648 Kelvin or C or whatever, Celsius. Now, do that did not bother me. Everyone give up your DNA. Yay. Yeah. Everyone that wants to. And why would they want to? Max says, Janeway and 7 replay the Star Trek 3 post-destruct sequence scene. Janeway, my God, 7, what have I done? 7, Captain, you've turned life into a fighting chance for death many times. Oh, shite. 7, I have a feeling you will have many more chances. Fanty. On a side note, we can make deuterium today. It can be naturally extracted from water at a rate of 1 deuterium atom for every 6,500 hydrogen atoms, meaning they could have got it at every planet with water. Gotcha. They got a Tomatic D with a C. The chief engineer does send us a review of this one. He says, D, unbelievably creepy story. If you want to watch something worthwhile, see Moon. Would have gotten a much better rating if they had cloned 7 of 9 a few thousand times. Wolfie, thank you for the super chat. Wow. You're too kind. It's good to see you, Wolfie. Thank you for that, my friend. He says, primary school chemistry, deuterium is a stable isotope of hydrogen, the most abundant element in the universe. How dumb do the writers sound now? Love you guys. Love you right back, Wolfie, and it's good to see you, my friend. Michael Beacom, thank you for the super chat, sir. Really kind. You're too kind, buddy. He says, to paraphrase Isaac Asimov rewriting sci-fi, if you think science is not involved, you will make mistakes before you even begin. Here's proof. Wow. Nicely said. Way to go. I think that's about all in this one, number one. What do you think?
I think so.
I think we're going once, going twice. That's everybody. So let's shall we move on to the next one?
Yeah, well, it was over 35. I think that's quite a lot.
Well, it was what now?
I believe it was over 35.
That was okay. Wow. Okay. Well, let's see. Our next episode is called 1. It's the loneliest number, you know.
It is. 1 is season 4, episode 25. It's production code 193. This first aired on May 13th, 1998. And I will be cold reading the article written about 1 in the Wikipedia, the user-generated encyclopedia. As Voyager enters a nebula, the crew begins to suffer from intense pain, and 1 crew member dies from burns on his skin. Only 7 of 9 is unaffected. Realizing that they cannot withstand the radiation emanating from the nebula for the month it would take to cross, the doctor proposes placing the crew, save for himself, a holographic artificial intelligence, and 7 in stasis, allowing them to cross the nebula safely. Captain Janeway agrees, and soon the crew is safely stowed into stasis chambers. Yeah, they just made 140 some odd stasis chambers, no problem. They're not low on energy at all.
Industrial strength replicators. Yeah.
7 adopts a daily cycle to assure the ship maintains its course and the crew remains healthy while in stasis, at times dealing with Tom Paris's fear of small spaces and placing him back in stasis with the doctor's help. The doctor attempts to engage 7 in human activities, such as a simulated party on the holodeck, but 7 continues to try to keep working during these times. The ship's computer begins to malfunction as it is affected by the nebula's radiation, generating a false alarm report of the antimatter storage failure. The doctor discovers the mobile holographic emitter has started to fail as well and is forced to stay in sickbay until the journey is complete. As the ship nears the edge of the nebula, Seven begins feeling the effects of prolonged isolation, experiencing disturbing dreams. Another ship appears, helmed by Lotarek, looking for trade for supplies. After Seven brings him aboard, he disappears into the ship and seems intent on destroying Voyager. Seven continues to suffer intense hallucinations, including Harry, Kim, and Tom Paris bursting into flames. The doctor temporarily repairs his mobile emitter to try and help Seven, assuring her that no one else is on board. Tragus himself was a hallucination before his emitter dies out. Very well written sentence. So good of you to repeat grade 1. As the hallucinations worsen for Seven, visions of the Borg tell her she cannot survive on her own. When the ship's engines begin to fail, she briefly cuts power to the stasis chambers to maintain propulsion, but thinks better of it and opts to route power from life support instead. Soon, she passes out. Seven regains consciousness in sickbay, where the crew congratulate her on successfully getting the ship out of the nebula. Later, Seven observes Paris, Kim, and Taurus at the mess hall. At the mess hall? You mean in the mess hall? She asks to join them, feeling the need for companionship after her ordeal, and they invite her to sit down. And that is all Wikipedia has to say about 1. Clobby?
Well, I still say it's the loneliest number, but the number 1. It's, I don't know. It is strange how they were able to make all of those 100 and whatever it was, 50 something of those things. It's conveniently never explained how they could do that, right? They don't even bother, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, they don't say a single word about it.
No. But I don't know. I guess I think someone said, even though it was later, someone said the chat was done better on Enterprise. I think it was done better on Enterprise, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I know it was later, but it was better. Yeah. But I mean, it was an okay, mildly entertaining episode, I suppose. I didn't really mind it or anything. The idea is sort of okay. I don't have a strong opinion on it. This is a point where if I watch one and I get through it and it's not too bad, I'm kind of okay. It's a terrible place to be.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't mind it that much, but go for it with the notes.
Okay, so if the original crewman is dead on the bridge, why don't they bring him back with Super 7's nanoprobes? Given the fact that we have either 146 or 149 people on board. I mean, we did resurrect Neelix, right? So stupid.
Right.
Lotto Super 7. The Mutara Nebula. And it's important to note for those at home that Voyager tried to turn the Mutara Nebula into a class of nebula. And this is nincompoopery. Just give yourself a frontal lobotomy with a melon baller. And I wrote in my notes, does this work? Well, not really, since the Mutara Nebula doesn't cause spontaneous pustules and brain hemorrhaging, right? So
no.
It's just weird, and they're not creative enough to make up a new nebula name. I mean, just go and look up something in Greek. You could get anything you wanted, right? My program will be irretrievable, the doctor yells. And I know I took some heat on this from people who don't watch it in chronological order every year like I do. But once again, I'm just going to remind all of those people who are giving me the gears. Once again, the doctor says that his program, there's only one copy of it, and it will be irretrievable. So I wrote in my notes, doctor, not this again. This is a psychological horror, and you immediately think back to poor Beverly Crusher. So this is a Beverly Crusher throwback as Seven walks in between all of the bodies. This is not really Star Trek, and an obvious attempt to stroke Jerry Ryan as the star of the show. Here on this episode, we have Jerry Ryan and only Jerry Ryan. And we can see that the production, they're trying to make the most of Jerry Ryan. And I just don't think that her acting is strong enough. And I don't think the writing is strong enough. This is the Jerry Ryan show. It's supposed to be an ensemble cast, right? And
Yeah.
and that's very clear because they're dedicated. We have episodes dedicated to each person. I mean, I'm for the Trinity, and I don't really care about the periphery, but here it just seems weird. And I would also like to say that every time I watch this episode, I am totally struck by the size of Jerry Ryan's feet. I wish that they would have cut it out because the woman has like skis for feet. Like, I think she actually has feet larger than my brother's and certainly larger than my husband's. Her feet are enormous. And it's just, yeah, they needed to cut that out. But anyway, yeah,
Really?
this is the Jerry Ryan show, and I like this episode better when it was TNG, and Beverly Crusher, and yeah. Anyway, it's not horrible, but it's not good, and it's certainly not fresh. It's just from TNG. It's actually maybe 2 or 3 episodes smushed together from TNG. So it's past its expiry date. It's doing more of that recycling that I'm talking about when people are like, "What do you mean? That episode's called blah blah." That episode is called blah blah in 3 iterations of Star Trek. Anyway, it's not particularly good, and I don't really like them using the Mutara Nebula. We all know that the Mutara Nebula does many things, but it does not cause a scanner's like reaction. So this is a gigantic meh from me, and it's not horrible, but it's not good either. It's a C-.
Yeah. Lucard, Ray Lucard. Hey there. What's up? Yeah, it's that. Of course, obviously they thought they were being cute, but the little nod to Wrath of Khan there. And but like you say, it's, I guess, after 200 years, or excuse me, no, after 100 years, they changed Mutara to name as a class of nebula. I don't get it. They're like different classes of nebulas and stuff. Not just nebulas, right? They're different types.
Well, usually when
right?
you find something anomalous in space, the person who discovers it decides to name it. Sometimes they name it
Right.
after themselves, and sometimes they name it after something else. Like the Eye of God, for instance. It has a technical name, but folks just call it the Eye of God. But yeah, here in Voyager, they tried to turn it into a class. But the problem with that is that the Mutara Nebula does not cause basically scanners. That doesn't happen. You don't break out in enormous head size pustules
Yes.
and die from brain hemorrhaging. So
Right. Why would
yeah,
it be
it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, because it doesn't. That's not what happened with the actual Mutara Nebula.
Yeah,
So-
exactly. And so why would it be that class? Because its class would be its characteristic. And its
Yes.
characteristic would be what? That it has some pink and purple in it? Get out of here. Like,
And then it got, and then by the way, it got transformed. It got transformed into the Genesis planet. By the way, so why would it's just? Yeah, they thought they were just being cute, making them. It was pretty stupid.
Yeah,
And then
it's
yeah, and then the guy. Oh, it's funny how they're in there. They're all dropping. They're all like they're going to choke, about to die. They're all fine, but the one dude burns up more than everybody else. Why?
And why didn't they save him? I mean, we have Lotto Super 7's super nano probes, and we can Lazarus her like pronto. So why not? And it's weird. Anyway, especially because what are we down to, like 149 or 146? What are we down to now? 146? Because we added Neelix and Supercast, and we've added Lotto Super 7 with her ski feet. So, like we're right at this point, life is pretty precious, right? Because Captain Kirk made it very clear that you need a certain number of people to run these ships. And some people in the chat might jump in and say, yeah, well, Raquel, this is a more advanced class of ship. No, it's not, because Janeway says twice that if she gets down to a skeleton crew, she won't be able to run the ship and she'll have to stay on the planet. And so we know that the same deal goes. So,
Yep. So, and now, thanks to you, I'll be thinking of, not be able to not look at her feet now. I never thought of that. I never looked, I
It's
guess.
like, it is ridiculous. I've never seen a woman with that big of feet before. Like, it's her feet are enormous, and then you see them in other episodes where it's like she's wearing, like, running shoes, and
Mhm.
they're crazy. They look like polio boots. Like, they're just her feet are effing huge. It's just I've never seen anything like it. You know what I mean? Not that I
Oh
mean
my
anything
God.
about, not to say anything disparaging about anybody who has ever had polio. My mother-in-law had polio. I'm not making fun of that. I'm saying they actually look, because her feet are so big, they actually look like medical shoes, like orthopedic shoes, because
Yeah.
her feet are enormous. Anyway,
Wolfie, there aren't going to be any damn permits. You get a permit to do a damn illegal thing. All right. So, let's see here. All right, everybody. So you gave it. What'd you give it?
I think I gave it a meh, which is a C
You gave it a
minus.
meh. Yeah, a C minus. Yeah, right. I give it a C. Well, because it didn't really. It at least it ended, and I was able to stay awake the whole time. So there you go. It's a win. Yeah, that's how much I really cared deeply about this episode. Now, as for your reviews, my friend,
The word is given.
come forth with your reviews, and I will we can take a side by side. Oh man, as long as I don't have to look at Neelix's damn feet again, Mark D. So, all right. Well, number one is getting those ready. I will bring us some Max Redstone entertainment. Here we go, folks. By our master of limericks, I should say, the great Max Redstone 1, which is the loneliest number. Nebula radiation does strip. The Doctor and Seven take over the ship. In the perilous deep, while the crew is in sleep, 7 of 9 fights to keep a reality grip. Nicely done. Way to go, Max. Nicely done, buddy. Thank you. All right. Let's see. Before the previous episode, Katie reviews the episode Demon. She says, kind of a downer of an episode. Love Chakotay and Seven having their first away mission and her saving him. Unfortunately, a sad ending that the Silvers ended up being cloned and left. Solid B. Thank you so much, Katie. Maybe your stream is back in time, because once you popped that up, we were already done with that episode. So anyway, but no problem. Thank you, Katie. Princess Fiona says, any Voyager ep based on science, in quotes, is gonna suck. Oh, sorry. It's gonna suck. Well, that's a real problem for a science fiction show. Go around the dangerous thing. The Voyager isn't on track. Sorry. Is on track. Number two. When is someone gonna tell the retarbs, that nebulae aren't made of magic fairy magic fairy piss? Thank you, Fiona. I'm gonna be thinking that forever now. Oh, it's gas and dust, just like guess what? Our atmosphere. Only millions of times less dense. Less dense than those riders? I think not. There is some ionized nebula, but they would be insignificant to the other radiation a ship like Voyager would encounter. A spectrograph would let them know exactly what it was. Hang on. Before they decided to, not go around it. It occurs to me that Voyager is just randomly flying around in circles. They don't have a flight plan, which will have alerted them years in advance. Good. Of the many visible celestial objects that they would encounter and need to avoid. Even Smokey and the Bandit had their route mapped out to avoid maximum cops. Mostly, it's been a while since Smokey. When I see stupid stuff like this, I want to scream. The plot hinges on ridiculous contrivance, so I can't take any other part of the story seriously. The Voyager premise is mishandled at every turn. Okay, no rating yet, Fiona. Let's cool up. Did she? No. Okay. Jill says B minus. 7 was born human, so while it makes sense for their Borg implants to be able to stave off the radiation issues, if Tuvok can't stand it, then 7 shouldn't be able to do so either. Good point. However, it deals with a very real issue facing astronauts today who go out into space alone for several months without human contact, which this highlights as a psychological horror. Hang on, Jilly. Oh, that was 2. Okay, that was your second one. I thought you had a third one. I just assumed there was a third one. Thank you. Jilly Jill, let's see. Wes Cagle says, F. The crew were feeling intense pain at the beginning of the show. I'm feeling intense pain just listening to the synopsis of the episode. Wow. Oh, my goodness, you rascal, you. Value of Nothing says 7. And he gives 7 conquers her. He gives it a 7, maybe? I don't know. 7 conquers her fear. She makes ghost images of her friends. When they speak of her deepest fears, she ignores them, or failing that, she shouts at them. Works like magic. Thank you, Valiant. Guagnar says grade D+. Again, there is so much bad science in this episode. If they have science advisors, they should immediately fire them into the nebula, that is. Losing a propulsion should not make them stop. Momentum should continue to move Voyager out of the nebula. Particles in the nebula might slow them down eventually, but not instantly. When 7 turns off life support, they immediately lose air and heat. Does turning off the life support also activate a vacuum that sucks all of this into space? Stasis would be a good tool to use for the voyage. It would help them save on food and power and allow the crew to maybe make the 70-year trip back alive. So, of course, never to be used again. I think I see what you're saying there, sir. I know they put all of the stasis pods in one area for efficiency, but if something goes wrong in that area, everyone dies. Nice plan, Janeway. The doctor says he can't complain about being bored, but I sure can. Oh, man. RRTNZ says 1 review. Psychological effects of solitude and space travel equal well-traversed ground. Nice seeing 7 as fallible despite Ryan's acting limitations. Moral equals I am Borg is still an oxymoron. B minus. Thank you, RRTNZ. Michael Beacom says B minus. Radiation? Mental issues maybe, but skin burns were too much. Being in stasis would not make one magically radiation proof. Good point. Like some movies, I had to look the other way to let them get on with the real story. Calling it the Mutara Nebula ticked me off. Again, the doctor doesn't have a backup. Garbage. Watching 7 of 9 doesn't have a backup. Garbage. Sorry, my inflection problem. Watching 7 of 9 walking around. I wanted the computer voice to go in an emergency. 7 of 9 can be used as a flotation device. Horror story in space. Valiant effort with a little polish. It might have really excelled, but limped along as Voyager usual. Thank you, Michael. Max Redstone says C plus, that is, C plus. Meh as well. Enterprise will do it better. A lot of numbers for 12, 23, 27, 35, 45, mega 20. Okay. A little more you know. Wow. Put a lot of numbers in it. Wow, crazy. Wolfie, but 100% pure grade A fairy piss. Do not drink. I think that means he didn't like it. Fiona gave it an F. Well, an F minus, actually. Thank you, Fiona. Eric K says B minus. Not sure why they did not detect some sort of energy that would harm them. I thought that they had halo emitters. I think it was hollow emitters on every vital area for the doctor before they got the mobile. I don't know. They could have duplicated doctors or made similar with expertise in each function of the ship. Creepy episode. How did they know 7 would have no effects after a few seconds? Yeah, I don't understand why she wasn't affected at all. It doesn't make any sense to me why she wasn't affected. You get a deep look into the mind of 7, trouble with the science and how they forgot they put the doctor's emitters different places. Why not hollow crew waking 7 if they had an emergency? I don't know. Lisa gives it a B plus, sorry. That's a lot of cryo tubes to come up with on short notice. Sure is. Assuming the replicator had enough energy, must have had clouds of smoke billowing from overuse. I suppose you could have. Shooter says C plus. 2 can be as bad as 1. Oh, yeah, he's got the song. 2 can be as bad as 1. Yep. What can a stasis chamber block that the shields can't? Also, why wasn't 7 affected? She may be Borg, but she is still biological. That's why it made more sense when it was to Paul in the episode when they redid it later, because it was something to do with it was something of a singularity affecting the minds of I think the brains of humans or whatever. Why not investigate why 7 is immune and adapt that for the crew? Loneliness and a bit of paranoia working well here as well as demonstrating the need for the full crew to run the ship. Not a bad episode. Okay. JT Kirk says B plus. I did actually enjoy this one, but why, oh why, did Neelix have to wake up? Mutar is Nebula class forbidden. Mutar is Nebula class forbidden. Fanty Outsider says D minus. 7 is Home Alone. Would it be hard on a Borg drone? Yes, but she wasn't alone as the doctor was there. She could have spent most of her time in sickbay, so she'd have his company. Katie says, good episode for 7's development and combating the fear of being alone. Her greatest fear since being deactivated from the collective. Some good solo moments by Jerry. Overall, a B. Sweet ending. Thank you, Katie. Cassandra Beacom says C minus. Way too long. The whole ship could be replicated into an incubator. Cutting life support on the ship shouldn't have been the problem. One spacesuit on board, just one. Indeed. Thank you so much, Cassandra. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you, my dear. Lasher says B. Welcome, Lasher, by the way. Good to see you. I'm going to be the oddball. I liked it. Now, we've got a lot of people giving it B's and B pluses. You're nowhere near the only one there, Lasher. Nothing wrong with that. Even if you were, there's nothing wrong with it. But no, you're good. And let's see. And thank you for being here. by the way. Oh, Lisa had more. Oh my goodness. See what happens to me? I just can't stay focused on anything today. Sorry, Lisa. I know you had more. I'm sorry, Lisa. I'm so sorry. I could have swore it was it just said the one. I'm an idiot. I apologize, dear. Observing 7 having to go it alone had nice pacing. 7 devolving into paranoia and to total collapse. I think 7 is a snob. She needs others. She just prefers drones over individuals. Yes. Absolutely. Sorry again, Lisa. So sorry. Yamalama says, look at what we can see with the JWST from Earth. Imagine the scope tech in the 24th century. Whatever century they're in, it's 24th. I didn't see this, but dang, they really do sound retrambling. Yamalama, yeah, they do. You're right. Wolfie says the Mutara Nebula in the Mutara sector was a named nebula, not a type of nebula. Yes. And now it's not even that. It's the Genesis planet. And then it blew up. Why didn't they just fly around the nebula? The map orientation shows they could have gone around under it. Yep. Yes, sir. And the great Buck D with a C, the chief engineer, says B. Interesting concept, but it delved too much into the psychology of 7. She broke down after being alone for a few weeks. Doesn't the ship have multiple emitters for the doctor? I thought so. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it will have. Could they put Neelix in stasis for the rest of the trip? Despite some flaws, still enjoyable. They didn't save the crewmen since only Neelix can be probed. Oh my goodness. So there we go. I think we're done with that one, number 1. What do you think?
I think we're good to go.
We're good? Okay. This will be our final episode of the evening because we only have 3 tonight, folks. Then we're going to review the season. And so, number 1, while you start that, I'm going to grab medicine. And but you'll be in earshot, of course. And
Hope and Fear is season 4, episode 26. If you're following along in the companion, or the celebration, this is production code 194. We all watched this for the very first time on May 20th, 1998. And now I will be reading from Wikipedia, the plot as constructed by numerous nincompoops on the internet. Captain Catherine Janeway continues to struggle in deciphering an encrypted Starfleet message that they previously obtained through the Hirogen relay system. Remember, hunters? Neelix returns to Voyager with a guest, Arturis, who has helped him obtain supplies. Arturis learns of an encoded message and helps decrypt it. The message is from Starfleet Command with a nearby set of coordinates where their means of getting back home can be found. Though the rest of the crew is elated at this news, 7 of 9 remains cautious, given that the Borg have never been able to assimilate Arturis's species. Voyager arrives at the provided coordinates. That did not make any sense at all. Like, why? Why would she be cautious about the information because they weren't able to assimilate the species? Like, get out of here. That's not a reason. Like, who writes this crap? Voyager arrives at the provided coordinates to find an unmanned Starfleet vessel, the Dauntless, of unknown design. Aboard, they find the ship uses quantum slipstream technology, which will allow them to reach the Alpha Quadrant within a few months. Janeway begins to share 7's suspicions and warns the crew to stay alert, but to remain optimistic. The new engine system is compatible with Voyager, but the ship cannot stand the stresses of the slipstream for long. The crew would have to abandon the ship to use the Dauntless to travel home. Janeway reviews the decoded message and discovers it to be fake. She transports to the Dauntless to confront Arturis. He activates a panel on the ship, igniting the engines. But Janeway and 7 are transported out before the ship enters the slipstream. What? All but, sorry, that was my mistake. All but. Commander Chakotay orders Voyager to pursue the Dauntless into the slipstream, aware that the system has not been fully tested yet. The Dauntless is revealed to be Arturus's own ship, masked as a Starfleet vessel. He explains that his homeworld was recently assimilated by the Borg. Like, okay, now think back a couple of paragraphs, folks. An event that might not have happened if the Borg were still at war with species 8472. He directly blames Janeway and her crew for interfering in that war and vows to bring Voyager's crew to the Borg for assimilation. Suddenly, Voyager appears and targets the shield on Arturus's ship, allowing them to transport Janeway and Seven off the ship. Voyager breaks off pursuit and alters slipstream trajectory away from Borg space, while Arturus finds himself deep among an array of Borg cubes and quietly accepts his fate. Though the slipstream technology is deemed unusable for the immediate future, Voyager's brief use of it has shaved 300 light years off of their journey. Okay, so that might actually be the pinnacle of shite thus far. And whoever wrote it, they deserve to be put in the agony booth with a Klingon paint stick directly inserted in their rectum. Yeah. So that's all these morons had to say about this episode. Hope and fear, Clobby.
This episode is so silly and illogical. It's tough to take it seriously, to be perfectly honest with this plot by this villain here. Ray Wise is an excellent actor. He plays him pretty well, but he looks really ridiculous. It's just, I just don't like. What are you, a supervillain? You're Lex Luthor or something? You come up with this silly Rube Goldberg device. This machine. I mean, this plot's like something. I mean, look, and I love comic books, obviously, right? But it is something out of a super. He's like a supervillain. Come up with this plot, this plot to fool his enemy, but he wants revenge. This guy's from this incredibly enlightened, species that, they had something horrible happen to them. Look, with the one hand, who could blame anybody for not being angry with Janeway for stupid crap that she's done? But it's tough to take this guy serious. It's just he's similar to that last idiot played by Kurtwood Smith, like a villain that you can't take seriously because he's so over the top. And this is a dumb plot. This is a dumbass, just from a story standpoint. It makes no sense. He would intercept this transmission to come up with this way to fool the Voyager idiots. Now, granted, they're the Voyager idiots, so I guess they're easy to fool. But anyway, I just thought it was silly. But let's go with your notes, because your notes can be better than anything I can say.
Janeway Mulgrew fighting with Seven / Ryan. I just roll my eyes to the point of looking as though I'm having some sort of a seizure at this point. I'm so sick and tired of them fighting. And also, all the crap that was said afterwards about how it was turning into the Jerry Ryan show and that she was sleeping with the producer and all of the vitriol going back and forth. They hate each other on screen and they hate each other in real life, and everybody knew it, and it was super unprofessional, and I don't like either one of them, especially because of all the crap they talked about Gene Roddenberry on Twitter. But the thing is that it's on full display here, and it's obvious. We're not watching Janeway fighting with Seven. We're watching Mulgrew fighting with Ryan over the show. So it's just annoying and unprofessional, and I hate it. I actually call this episode Pinky in the Brain. I'll explain that later. Neelix speaks perfect English, not Talaxian. In the dialogue, if you review the dialogue of this show, the alien Arturus says that he learned English from Neelix. This is the biggest load of horse shit, next to actual horse shit. There would be no reason for Neelix to learn English. He speaks Talaxian, right? We have a universal translator. So the idea that Neelix shut off his universal translator and learned English and then taught it to this Arturus is absolutely the dumbest thing. One of the many stupid things forwarded by this idiotic show. Brain and brain. What is brain? Look at his bulbous brain. Just absolutely stupid. Pinky in the brain. Also, let's just talk about the fact that Belana is openly and visibly very pregnant. And I don't know why we just didn't write this into the show because it looks stupid. This is low action and there's no real story here. This is just Seven bitterly arguing with Janeway. We know the ship is bogus because Janeway tells Tuvok very early on that she thinks that the whole thing is too convenient. So all of the drama in this episode comes from Seven's reluctance about returning to Earth and arguing about Janeway's incompetence. They snarl, they have a cat fight. This could probably be porn. Just turn it into a porn. Put Ron Jeremy in it. Do whatever. This is not very Star Trek. I mean, that's obvious. And this is Pinky in the Brain because we have the Pinky in the Brain villain confession at the end. It is an entire, it is the entire thought process of the villain. I have thoughts in my head of mustache twirling, but how can you mustache twirl when you're Pinky in the Brain? And you're just got a gigantic bald head that looks like it has socks stuffed in it. There's no mustache to twirl. So the long and silly dialogue explaining this nothing plot that is just set up to allow Ryan to argue with Mulgrew is tedious. It's totally un-Star Trek-like. And it's stupid from beginning to end. It's an F.
Can't say I blame you. Man, I'll give this one a D-. It's just dumb and boring and just.
I stand corrected, Wolfie. You are correct. It is not socks stuffed inside of that bald cap. It is shit. It is hardened baby shit. Do you know what I mean? The rock hard, brittle baby shit just jammed inside of that. Bald cap, right? I'm right there with you, Wolfie.
Oh my God!
So it's shit pucks. You know what I mean? Baby shit pucks.
And does it suck though? Yes. Yeah, buddy. What a quality episode to end the season on, right? Huh? So, yeah, everyone. I tell you what.
I didn't know that, JT Kirk. I did not know that. I don't know anything. I've never even watched PORN ever. Like in ever. I don't know anything. I just know that that's a running joke. So that's just me being silly. I'm so sorry. I did not know. I do apologize. My knowledge of PORN is zero. I was just making a joke. Sorry.
Oh, okay, it's fine. But thank you, Jake. I'm pretty sure it's not a big deal. It was pretty funny too, and it was funny too. But I mean, I see what he's saying. But all right, so let's see here, folks. Now, I do believe it is time to let you know that we're ready to go for your review.
The word is given.
So go for it, my friends. Any ratings and reviews you may have of the season 4 finale of Star Trek Voyager. And while you're doing that, I will bring us another. We will end the season of Limericks with Hope and Fear by the great Max Redstone. All right. Here we go. Hope and Fear. Captain Brainwave wants to go home. Alpha Quadrant, she wishes to roam. But Harry's new friend is an Ahab, and the crew he wants to stab. In this, the final 4 season poem. The final 4th season poem, I should have said. Thank you so much, Max Redstone. A stellar job as always, my dear friend. All right, the master of the limericks. Okay, dokily. Here we go. By the way, our new friend Jessica Baker was speaking of the previous episode, right? What she said, B+. The episode is definitely has its flaws, but I enjoyed it overall. That came in before we started reviewing this one, so I think that was for the episode 1. Thank you, Jessica. And let's see up in here. RRT and Z says Hope and Fear review. Ray Wise is always great. Yeah, he was a very good actor, always good. Too Good to Be True was tipped. Too Good to Be True was tipped way too early. Equals 0 suspense. Artist's plan is nonsense. But J-Way deserved a reckoning. C-. Moral equal it wasn't good or true. Thank you, RRTNZ. West Cagle says A+. Fantastic that another season is behind us. You rascal, you. Fiona says 1 of 11. Really? I think you're not serious. Are you serious? Wow. We have a limit, but I think that was established before. After the Eshpick days, it was established before. Well, anyway, we'll work on it. Previous ep. Wouldn't there have been at least one member of a radiation-proof species aboard the ship besides the one person that hasn't been alone in her entire life? I don't know. I have no answer for anything when it comes to that kind of stuff. Anything to do with that episode, I have no answers. Okay, Janeway is an idiot. It's Ray Wise. You know he is evil. Ray Wise is a good actor. He's been a good guy in some stuff, hasn't he? But not always. But seriously, he did play Alec Holden. But seriously, an episode like this illustrates the problem with the very Voyager premise. It says, we know they aren't going home because that would be the end of the show. They can only tease that once or twice until it starts to become absurd, which it already is. That's a very good point. You think that they would realize by season 4 that viewers are going to know that. And they may as well just, why bother? Why bother with it? I mean, that doesn't mean you can't do a story about trying to get home, but to tease it like that, I don't know. The Voyager has a super advanced sensors that wouldn't be able to peek into a little closet, and they have to have what's her name look under the hood. Seriously? Yeah, tedious episode. For once, there is an explanation of how Ray Wise caught up to them because he should be light years in the rearview mirror. So at least props to that. Okay, yeah, it's a fair call. They had the bad guy outnumbered 10-1. They had the element of surprise and advanced weaponry, and they still effed it up. Tactical fail. Did anyone buy that, even with Tuvok? Wow, 11. Yeah, I don't. We always try to keep them at no more than 5 when you people can, 6 at the minimum. But Fiona did not know that, so we're going to go. And we love Fiona, so we're going to we'll handle it. Remember the Eshpick days? I'm sorry I missed my encryption class where we use an abacus and Middle Ages technology to encode something into ROT13. Again, this is just an example of this stupid that could be fixed. That could have been fixed. There was a really good story in here with lots of things to think about, and it was completely blended up with a frog and some poo in the Space Vita mix, such as you can't really appreciate it. You can't really appreciate it. And then number 9 says, they told us one thing, but they showed us something else, like Bangway looking straight into the camera and telling us this plot isn't stupid. Yeah. The fighting between Janeway and Seven is super cringe. The best thing that could have done is have the Voyager get home, rotate out some crew, and transition to classic Star Trek style. That would have been nice. Next season, we're getting the kids and a bunch of Naomi Wildman-centric episodes. It's enough to lose all hope. The child is key to everything. Killman now F. An F for Fiona, I hear you. Katie says one of my favorite season finales, a tragic ending that shows two sides of the story. The alien had lost his people because of Janeway's decision, but two wrongs don't make a right. There you go. The scenes with Janeway and Seven really show the maternal bond they have and how Seven is evolving out of the rebellious teenage phase. Some really special moments, including the first time Seven smiles. A. Thank you, Katie. Let's see here. Value of Nothing says A. Arturus, diplomacy captain, your diplomacy destroyed my world. This is a great episode. So Value of Nothing also loves it. Guagnar says D-. No written review. If the Voyager writers can't be bothered, then neither can I. I hear you. Wolfie says, rating C. It's mainly terrible, but it stood out to me when I first saw it. Index 101A. Yeah. You would think there would have been an NX 01 already, since the NXs we have seen are NX 2000 and NX 74205. He always knows those ships. That's for sure. Slipstream drive seems too easy to use. Not to use it from here on out. Thank you so much, Wolfie. Eric K says C. Just like I said before, Bangway will kill billions, possibly trillions, by her decision to help the Borg. Do not blame him for wanting revenge, but he should have just self-destructed the ship. Yeah. Yes, he should have. Michael Beacom says D-. I've not seen this one in a while, but I recall it being one that after I dipped out of Voyager, I tried turning back in and watching it. It made me realize there was nothing for me here. Back out. Thank you, Michael. Shooter says C. Overall, I found it entertaining enough, and no cliffhanger is nice. There you go. I'll give it that. No cliffhanger. Thank you. A little convenient. They can't use the slipstream tech again. Cat fights go on. Yeah. Cat fights indeed, son. Lisa says B. Thinking about this, the unholy alliance of Janeway and Seven to eradicate species 8472 had consequences, and Neelix lookalike was the chicken that came home to rule the roost. He lost, but point was made. Lookalike. Max says it's Neelix and the brain. Yes, Neelix and the brain. One cannot cook and the other's insane. You'll end up in the morgue, or they'll send you to the morgue. It's Neelix, and the brain. Nice, sir. Nice indeed.
Brain and brain. What is brain?
Well done, Max. Fanty says D. This was so overly complicated. All he needed was a van and the promise of coffee to lure Insane Way in. Also, Slipstream isn't feasible in the long term, but why not in short bursts every few weeks? I don't know. If you in that brief period shaved off 300 light years, 3 attempts is almost 1/70th of the distance. Look, a possible problem. Slipstream. Glad we bypassed it that far. Nope. Okay. Let's see here. Max. It's Neelix in the brain, narf. Okay. JT Kirk says A-. A new ship, a new alien, finally something new. I appreciated the comic book feel. Quantum slipstring is seemingly the only new technology besides a computer that runs on sailing bags on the show. Jill says D+. The idea of the advanced alien with replication technology and the ability to translate without technology was very intriguing. I don't mind them having abilities we can't understand. I get they wanted to show that Janeway's actions in the quadrant have unintended consequences, but this was a poor situation to condemn her with, just so that Seven could get her subplot. Good point. I like that not every one of species 8472 wants to destroy all life. That's not like them. Like in Scorpion, but it wasn't done convincingly, and they made the alien nihilist for what reason? Yeah, good point. Max says, I graded this episode 000 destruct 0. Now let's see. I don't see. What's that, Fiona? I tried breaking into single sentence, but it's easy to read with lots of posts, but only 6 fields of text worth. Sorry, I won't do that. Don't worry about it. Nothing to apologize for. That's just the way we do it. Hey, Mars, Monkey Max. Don't worry about that, Fiona. Nothing, no problem at all. What's up, Monkey? MMM? Yeah, good to see you. Did I say it wrong? No, Max. Okay. All right. Now I know Mark D may not be here with us now, but he did have a review that I told him I would read of this one that he's probably not able to get here. So, of the episode Hope and Fear, he says, where is it? He said B+. Blame Neelix. What a troublemaker. Arturus would give Khan a run for the money in the revenge business. I guess if someone destroyed your species, you would go to great lengths to punish the culprit. But this is another level of obsession. The Dauntless looks great. Neat design. It was an interesting turn of events just when you thought Voyager would end in season 4. Convenient that the slipstream tech could no longer be used. That's what number. Oh, there you go. Oh, I thought I went and used the one you gave me earlier. Let me see if they're the same deal. Yep, same one. Okay. I think it's the same one I just read. I think same ones. Except for season 1. And there was would Arturus just take Neelix as far as a fair trade? It'd be nice. We wish, dude. We wish. Yeah. So number 1, I think we've done all the episodes for season 4.
We have?
I think we have. Wow. Don't you miss it? And we wish we could go back and watch them all over again?
No.
You sure?
Yes.
Jilly Jill, you have a link if you want to talk a little bit about the lovely season. What is it, 4, right? Oh, it's only 4? Are you sure? It's only 4? Oh my God. It's only freaking season 4. Are you kidding me? All right. Well, pop in, Jilly Jill, if you can. If not, I mean, we understand. It's no biggie. But we can talk a little. We can wrap up a little bit of season 4 here for everybody since we've reviewed it all now. Oh, there she is. Hey, Jill.
Hello.
Hey there. Good to see you.
Good to be here. I'm always so excited every time there's an end of the season, no matter how I feel about the season, because I get to
Yeah.
say hi.
Yeah. Well, good. It's good to see you. I know you're probably both more prepared than I. I think I didn't even make a Hey, Tyron Lethbridge. Hello there.
Well, you're such a natural, you'll be fine. Hey, Tyron.
No, I just didn't even think about whether there was be an episode that I would call a best or worst. Worst, I would need too much room, and best, I mean, right?
I don't know. I feel a little more middle of the road on this season, but I do grade on a bigger curve than others.
Yeah.
Hey.
Well, I understand.
Yeah.
Yep. So, okay. Well, I don't have the. I know he sent. We don't need to. Do we really? We don't have to mess with the spreadsheet unless you just want to. Number one, I don't care about it because Mark's not here. So.
No, it's okay. We can pause on that. I don't think Mark is feeling well enough to do it.
No, that's what I'm saying. But we don't have to use it unless unless you want.
Well, I have it ready here.
Oh, okay. Well, you have it. That's cool. Yeah, I just don't. I mean, I don't have it. So, and I haven't.
I like to see it.
Well, you can share your screen if you just click on that link that he sent us.
But I don't have my WhatsApp thingy on this on my phone.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
So
I can share. I can actually send you the link, and Mark could actually put the link in the chat.
If you could send me the link in the Twitter, whatever.
Sure, I could do that. Absolutely. We can do that right now.
What did we give last season? I think I gave it an F. I don't know. I can't remember. See, that's the thing. I can't remember what I gave last. I can't remember the episode. I can't remember my ratings from earlier tonight unless I look at the paper I scratched it on.
Yeah, that's why the spreadsheet helps. Although it helps even more if Mark is here.
Yeah, it does.
There you go. It's away. Torpedo's away.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Hello, Tyrone. How are you?
Tyrone.
How was work? How was your work day? And I think Clubby missed a couple of people. I just want to say good night to Penny and Sleep Sweet and Malachi. It is so good to see you. So how was work?
Yes. Good night, everybody. Let's see.
Yeah, we're keeping Rennie up these days.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we are.
It seems to fit with their schedule.
I'm glad to see her, though. Let's see. Find a way to put these.
John Malama says it's because of me that John Malama's here.
Really?
Well, that's wonderful.
Well, I'm glad to see you. Cool.
Yeah, Rennie, don't worry, sweetheart. I'll remind him, I promise. I love you.
Let's see. Where are you? Oh, there we go. Make this bigger.
Are you getting a late night cheeseburger out of this deal? Because if I'm up late, that is a requirement, Rennie. I have to have the late night cheeseburger.
Hell yeah.
Mars Monkey Max, finally get to say hi. How's it going,
Mars Monkey Max. All right. So, what do we do? You want to go good first since it won't take as long?
Sure.
Okay. Anybody? What we're going to do is we're just going to talk about our favorite episodes of the season, and then, of course, our least favorite episodes of the season. I'm terribly unorganized about this sort of thing, but on the completely other side of the spectrum, number one is the most organized person I've ever met. So she knows, and I know Jill's also the organized type, so they probably know what they want to say. So I'm just going to let them basically, number one, if you will begin, Did you do like a top 3 or 4 or 5? What
I
do you think?
did. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you will begin with your favorite episodes of the season.
Okay, I will. But I do have to beg your pardon for 1 second because I just have
Yes.
to say something to my friend. I would think that work would be hectic. You work so late, but you have no idea how cool it is that you're here. And you're such a great fan, and you know so much about so many fandoms, and you have such a beautiful wife. I just think you two are just such a beautiful couple, and I'm so proud to know you both. So I'm glad you're finally off work, and I am honored that the two of you would join us in these late hours waiting to go home. So soon you'll both be cuddled up in bed, and that's the best part of staying up together late. That's the best part of being picked up by your adorable, gorgeous wife.
Indeed, indeed. Absolutely.
And I'll just
I
let
love
you do
Rennie.
RRTNZ, and then I'll do my. He gave you a
Okay.
gift.
Oh, okay. RR, thank you so much. He said, I'll sum up season 4 for you. It's the season of the writers realize that nerds enjoy exploding spaceships and cyborgs in cat suits even more than intelligent stories. Than intelligent stories, I guess. Ratings boosters engaged. Look who's here.
Would that
Is he going to
That
be
would
able to
be-
talk though? Like he might not be able to talk. So
Hey guys, I just popped in to
Yo,
help with the
dude.
spreadsheet. I think you got it.
Only if you
You
feel like
okay?
it, dude.
Yeah, I
Okay.
got plenty of cough drops. Yeah, I slept
Okay.
most of the day, so
And you're killing that bacteria, eating as many
Popsicles.
popsicles as you can.
yeah,
Good.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it looks
Well,
like
that's
you got
cool.
this spreadsheet up. That's good.
Yeah.
Well, that's cool. Hang. Did you want you to put it so you could control it? Or do you need me
Yeah,
to
so I
leave
can
it there?
control it. Why don't I do that?
Yeah.
All right.
'Cause
Yeah,
I
I
can
mean,
sort it
if
and
you feel
stuff,
up to it, duder, it's up to you.
Yeah, I survived Voyager season 4, so why not?
Yeah, that's fine. Well, again,
I'm
only if
so
you feel up
glad
to
you're
it.
here because it'd be interesting to see if that super chat is real, if the ratings did boost this season.
Oh yeah, we do have that on the
Oh, yeah.
on the graphic. Yep.
Yeah, Rennie, I know, right? You could definitely tell he's sick. Yes,
Sorry, yeah.
Malachi.
Sorry for
The
the voice. I
juice
won't
ones
talk
are
much.
better than the sugary ones.
Indeed.
I didn't have to fake this one, so I'd miss school today.
Good God, I can't pick an episode that I know there are 2 that I really liked. I got to go find them though, because I didn't
Here,
even
I'll
bother.
sort it for you. Yep.
Oh boy, man, I can't pick 5. I don't think I can pick 3.
Did you want me to start or?
Yes, please.
Okay, folks, I think you all know what I gave the great grades to because, I mean, there's standouts. I mean, I think many of you went along with the same feeling I had. Many Trekkies feel the same way. So I'll just cut to it and get to it quick. There's not a lot of good here. I loved Nemesis. I thought Nemesis was good. I gave it an A, but it's not flawless, okay? But it is far and away the best of Voyager, but it was not flawless. Nemesis is season 4, episode 4, production code 171. It first aired on September 24th, 1997. So the first thing that I put in my notes is, why do they look like Nausicaans? And why is Chakotay's universal translator malfunctioning? Because the translator would translate trunks to trees, and it would translate defenders into officers, and sphere into world, and 2 new lights from now, and sharp and smart, and new light, and trembles, and fear, and glimpses our eyes. So these are the things that the universal translator would be doing, but I forgive it because it's trying to make it interesting. Although they probably should have said something about it malfunctioning or it taking longer or it being a more difficult language. Like it would have been great if Chakotay would have said something like, oh, like out loud, like, oh, wow, the universal translator is really struggling with this one because it's obvious this planet doesn't speak English, right? It would be impossible for this planet to speak English. So there, the writers really dropped the ball, but Chakotay is such a great character, and I enjoy this actual science fiction story where we have one person go down and have an actual science fiction experience. So yes, and why is Tuvok out of uniform? I thought that was weird when he was rescued. So it's not perfect, but it is a wonderful exploration of a propaganda, and it does feel like science fiction, and that is rare in Star Trek, or not in Star Trek, in Star Trek Voyager. So I gave Nemesis an A. I also gave Scorpion Part 2 a B minus. That is season 4, episode 1, prod code 169. It wasn't perfect. Let's face it. Jerry Ryan's acting is quite bad in this episode. As a matter of fact, my husband makes fun of it every time I rewatch it. We Are Borg is nearly comical in its delivery, and overall, I do not find her a compelling actress. I enjoy Chakotay as captain. One thing I didn't like is that incompetence is once again used to drive the plot. It's very unenjoyable and very un-Star Trek-like. Because remember, in Gene Roddenberry's universe, these folks are supposed to be incredible, the best of the astronauts and the best of the lettered people. So masters and doctors of every field, astrophysics, engineering, the finest doctors. And so these are not only military personnel, but they're also astronauts and the finest, most highly educated people. So why is incompetence always used to drive the story on Voyager? Species 8472 is not the apex of biological perfection. 7 says this. And I would offer that Tin Man is an example of a biological perfection as the Borg see it. The Baku can control space and time, changelings, Organians, crystalline entity. These would all be possible candidates that would express the biological perfection that 8472 would be looking for. I also thought the Scorpion plan was dumb because I would just use a gravity weapon, like a bullet or a bat. But it was a B minus. And I have an honorable mention for Message in a Bottle, which I thought was weak and not very well executed, but I did give it a C plus. And that is my absolute best of the best for this completely shite season of awful, I very loosely call it Star Trek. And Sean Carter from Mars. Thank you for the gift for Clobby.
Thank you, Sean Carter. Appreciate you, my friend. It's too kind of you. He says, hello, everyone. I've been lurking tonight. I'm really sick. Oh, man, sorry. I'm sorry. I hope you feel better soon. But now it's time to take a shot of dark level meds. Wow. Slide my butt into bed and put season 1 of TOS on autoplay. Love to all. We'll back at you, my friend. That's the best medicine ever. Real deal Star Trek. So
get Dex in the bed with you. If you get Dexter in there with you, you're going to feel much better. And can you give him a boop for me, please?
Indeedishness. Thank you so much for that. And again, I hope you feel better soon, my friend. Well, there you go. Number 1, excellent. Jill?
Yeah, I picked all the same ones Raquel picked, but I also found a couple more. I was able to because you always say 5. So yes, I also picked Scorpion Part 2. I liked it because it actually dealt with the consequences from the first one, and I liked meeting 7 of 9. And even though the species 8472 are kind of one-dimensional, I kind of, because they basically just want to destroy everyone who isn't them, but I still like them because they were given a vulnerability and gave the crew a way to win. And I really like Message in a Bottle, even though I know some of the science isn't quite right or very good, but I enjoyed the idea of sending the Doctor to check out the Alpha Quadrant, get to have a little Romulan action, and the Doctor gets to see a new ship and an advanced model of the emergency hologram. I think whether you like this one, it depends on how funny you think it is, and I think that it was. And so then I also love Nemesis. I thought it was real creative, even though it was a a malfunction of the translator. I liked how alien it made them sound, and there were some difficulties with it. And the illusions were a little strange and unclear of what was what, but I enjoyed it because it reminded me of the issues in 1984. You know how they say Oceania has always been at war with Eurasia, that kind of stuff. Then I actually like the scientific method. I wasn't here when y'all reviewed that one, I don't think. I liked having the alien that uses the crew as guinea pigs for their scientific studies. I know it's been done before in Star Trek, but it was really fun. And I thought it was pretty cool how Janeway took a chance of going through the pulsars to get rid of the aliens, because they were never going to give up their prize specimens. And so I like that she took that risk. And 7 was fun. But my favorite episode this season was Living Witness. Because I loved exploring the ramification of having a history narrative without having all the facts, how strange and different and wrong the history comes out when you don't really know everything. And the best Star Trek episodes have great side characters, and I think this one succeeds in both the writing and the performance. Corin grows and changes through the episode, showing a open-mindedness, and I did like seeing the crew kind of evil without messing with the mirror universe. And I thought the mini Borg hive was kind of funny. And so those are my episodes. My favorite part of that episode actually was that they finally figured out a method to back up the Doctor's program, because with enough storage, of course, something like that is possible. I think the other episodes that say that's not possible were kind of dumb. And so I'm glad that the crew finally figured out how to do that.
Excellent. Well, there you go. Thank you, Jill. Marco.
All right. I'll be quick. Let's see. I like Living Witness. Agree with Jill. That was a really good episode. Yeah, I love that future talk. It's like you wake up, Rip Van Winkle, you wake up, and the Doctor and Picard are fantastic. So that was my favorite episode of the season. Same reason I like, if you can see a trend here, Message in a Bottle. Again, another Doctor episode. I mean, that Andy guy we won't mention, annoying jerk. But of course, back then we didn't know how bad he was. But still another Doctor episode. And probably between, I gave Scientific Method and Prey both 3.7s or A-. So I did like those. And Nemesis would round out the top 5 with Chakotay fighting that alien war. So those were some of the episodes I thought that had the most science fiction themes to them. But again, at least we're out in a spaceship exploring the galaxy, and we're not stuck in a space station. Sorry, all you DS9 fans, but and it also hurts, I think, watching these shows back to back to back. When you get a few clunkers together, like, oh god, I gotta watch another episode now. You don't want to watch it. Versus, when they were coming out originally, I'd watch, one a week. I don't remember it being as bad as that first watch, first time around. But maybe I'm a little more critical in my older age. But there were some good episodes. But there's some real clunkers, which we'll talk about next. Do you want me to sort by your top 5 Clobbering times? I can give you. Here's what you picked as your top.
Okay, well, I mean, I've got Living Witness is the one I really like the most. I love that episode. I always have really enjoyed that one. I've watched it a lot. And we'll see what lines up, if I'm even guessing, because my memory's so... It was tough for me to remember even ones I liked. Nemesis I did like a lot.
Yep, we got that one.
Another one. And I did enjoy Message in a Bottle. So to show... Yeah, those are the ones, really. Does it show what the rating is?
Well, so A is for Living Witness and Nemesis. Message in a Bottle by the Police is a 3.3, so B+. And Scientific Method is a B-, and Scorpion Part 2 was a C+.
There you go. So, I don't see the letters. You got numbers on there. So
numbers, yeah. Well, you only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 episodes above a C, and in my house, a C is failing. So
those are the only
if you
ones
go
I
to school-
remember enough to like them anyway, and you know, so yeah, and number one and Jill have already talked about those, so yeah, those were really good. Especially the only one I like, a really just stands out that I really enjoy, I love a lot, is Living Witness. But Nemesis is really good as well. So yeah, there you go. You got me taken care of easily there, and I appreciate it because my memories. This show is so forgettable. Man, oh man, oh man. So
well, the good thing is like you're watching it for the first time again, right?
yeah, I guess that's a good thing.
We wish we could do that for TOS, right?
Yeah. So, friends out there, please give us. And we're gonna do yours. We're gonna before we start on our worst episodes. If you would like to give us a list of your favorite episodes of the year,
The word is given.
Oh, that's a reason to do. That's a reason to have do TOS reviews again, so you can have the spreadsheets for them.
You know, I was watching some of the earlier shows, and you guys didn't give them letter grades in the beginning.
What are we doing? We're giving them.
You just talked about the episodes that you liked it.
Oh well,
no, not some of the.
We may have an excuse to go back and do some of those number one these days.
Because I was on a show reviewing what was the Naked Time. Thank you. Yeah, my brain's not functioning 100% thrusters, but and I went back to listen to what you said on the show, and you guys didn't give it a no one. Well, I don't remember which show we started doing the reviews, but so might have to go back and do a few to get reviews.
That would be fun. I wouldn't mind doing that, going back and reviewing Real Trek again one day. And what about you, number one?
I'm up for it. You know how much I love TOS.
Oh my goodness,
maybe Tex will come and sit in the chat.
We could give our it would be like us now. What we do now, do the show like we have it formatted now. But in fact, not too long after we get done with this whole thing, Winter Enterprise and stuff, it might not be a bad idea just to pay special attention to the original series again, if you're game. But
a re-review. Don't
a re-review.
Does RLM do that?
I don't know. So, all right, number one, I guess you don't have to be specific. You can say, but I say, what's your worst episode? You can say season 4. No, but go ahead and give us your if you got any standouts. What are your worst?
Well,
episodes we'll get to
the positive reviews of like what people's top 3 in the chat.
Okay,
there's only 5 of them.
Only 5. Okay, you want to knock those out, and we can do them all together when we get.
There are only 5 of them. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and knock them out then real quick.
Okay.
Okay, Tyron. Favorite says I love Message in a Bottle. It's my favorite doctor app. There you go. It was fun. There you go. Thank you, Tyron. JT says Living Witness, number 4, number 3, Hunters, number 2, Year of Heck, part Double Dumbass, and number 1, Hope and Fear. Okay, thank you, JT. Scooter says good A. Let's see, good A. Living Witness, vis-a-vis Message in a Bottle. Thank you. Gwagnar, best season episode, 4 episodes. How about no? There were those were from a different season. I can't think of a single standout episode this season, or even a real one I really remember. Wow. I can't get stuff to blame you. The Value of Nothing says number 1, Living Witness, number 2, Hope and Fear, number 3, Prey, and number 4, I Forgot. That was a great one. I Forgot is a good one. Top-notch stuff there.
Okay, so let's do my hate.
All right, this is my favorite
Okay, so
part.
there's lots to hate here for me. I gave a lot of Fs. Actually, I didn't give any Fs, but you know what I'm saying. I gave a lot of Fs. So let's go through it. Let's talk about let's talk about the absolute worst episode that I think may be the worst episode of Voyager overall. And I guess there are a lot of people out there that follow what Clobby and I say. So I'm just going to go ahead on record and say that Mortal Coil may be one of the worst things that has ever had Star Trek put on it. Mortal Coil is the self-deletion. The self-deletion notes are disgusting. And he not only pens one self-deletion note, he sends them to everyone. My notes are all over the place here. They need Neelix's help with proto-matter, not any of the scientists who work on Voyager. This is not believable. The preamble is that Neelix is vital to everyone and everyone and everything on the ship. Then we talk about Heaven, Talaxi, and Heaven. Then we have the Kmart Klingon Kazon, rejected by the Borg for assimilation. Neelix is killed again. He dies so many times in this stupid show. Remember when his lungs were beamed out of his chest and he could breathe for 45 minutes? I just wrote in my notes, I don't believe that no heaven equates no purpose to and for living. I think it's exactly the opposite. It is okay to live for now, not for the great perhaps. And I think that is quite a scary thing. This is Pet Cemetery by Brian Fuller. Neelix is the world record. Which world record? And they're talking, of course, of resuscitation. He's Lazarus. It is a weird and cringy conversation in the hallway with Janeway and the stupid chicken man. Neelix calls the little girl on the show Sweeting, which is what he used to call his girlfriend, Kess. This is a weird and creepy look into Neelix's mind, and it borrows too much from the prophets. This is gross. It's effing gross. From here on out, no one needs to die. Oh yeah, I forgot about Lotto Super 7 and her Borg nanoprobes. Second worst episode may also be one of the dumbest things that anyone has ever called Star Trek, and that is Revulsion. That would be that stupid isomorph episode. Tom and B'Elanna are in love and it's awkward. It's teeny bopper bullshit. We have French kissing in the hallway while they're on duty. They sent the chief engineer and the ship's only doctor into a shuttle to a location and a ship with an alien wherein every living person has been killed. The doctor is told the virus killed all of the organics and yet he still goes over there. The doctor overshares information that he wouldn't because he's a computer programmer. He's a computer program, and I'm not going to get through all of my notes because it's like 2 pages of me just explaining how this is an episode of Twilight or Sweet Valley High. It is complete and utter shite. And then my third worst would definitely be The Raven, and I call this Seven Swallows. This is the stupid episode where the chicken man teaches Seven how to swallow. Of course, this is because the writers don't realize that Seven has saliva and she swallows hundreds of times per day. All human beings do, because swallowing is a reflex. In fact, you swallow about 900 times per day. And that is every single minute while you are awake. There's some close talking Kathy moments, and just a lot of extreme bullshit that does not belong in the episode. And I'm not going to go through it again because it's just a gigantic turd with maggots in it. So 3 of the stupidest episodes ever in the history of anything being called Star Trek. But I mean, there was plenty of that in this season, in this iteration of Star Trek, period. That would be it, folks. Mortal Coil would be Neelix says that with no heaven, there is no reason to live. Revulsion, which is an isomorphic story of just the computer being stupid and Bangway being a moron and everybody being in love, and it's Twilight. I was waiting for sparkly vampires. And then, of course, The Raven, also known as Seven Swallows. Because there were so many Fs, I also gave Vis-a-Vis an F. That's an honorable mention, as well as The Killing Shame. I gave it an F. So just a really.
You only had 11 Fs this season, Raquel.
Oh, only 11. That's
Is that all?
You didn't
That's
have
it.
enough F's to give.
I did not have enough F's to give. Like I said, 0 F's given. So just a lot of shit. And a lot of shit flinging. It's just a lot of poo.
And 1 D minus.
Oh my goodness.
And so
I love
that's
it.
it, folks. And those are my worst. So yeah, and that's that. Thank you all for listening.
Love it. Love it, number one. Nicely done. Okay, Jill, you're up next. And we'll get to Max, we'll get to yours, and then whatever starred when we do our worst stuff, because I didn't see yours in time, Max. I'll just go to Max's favorite episodes were Living Witness, Nemesis, Sub Rosa. Get out of here, dude. Up long ladder. Max.
And Fiona has some lines I guess they want me to read because of my calling Rennie, but they can do it after I start them.
Okay, if you want. Like Fiona said, what?
Well, I guess
first of all, you don't have to yell. I don't have ear cancer.
Well, she wants me to read that, I guess, because of my I guess it sounds like Archer. So, well, first of all, you don't have to yell. I don't have ear cancer. And I'm reading the second one because that could get us in trouble. But seriously, these potato heads have to be the unsexiest mob of all time.
Oh, Archer?
I guess that's Archer. Yep.
Oh, I got you. Oh, there you go. You got me.
And I'm Swiss, so I laughed at that one too. Yeah.
Okay, Jill, take it away. Tell us about those lovely episodes that you just
the lovely episodes. Well, I had Mortal Coil on mine too, but I can't say it any better than Raquel did. It just makes no sense why Neelix is alive. Anyone else would be brain dead. Anyone else who is dead this long. They're just Neelix should be dead. But
yes,
we have a resurrection method we'll never use again. And I also had Revulsion too, even though I wasn't here to review that one with you guys. Mm-hmm. I was so frustrated with this one because I really love a good story about an artificial intelligence who's going through some kind of crisis. And that's what they're trying to do here, but they don't really go into that at all. It just seems to be a reason to make it into a horror thriller or something. And I wanted more from that, and it failed pretty bad. Oh no. And so I was upset with that one. It's no good. I didn't like the killing game either. And so it's just part of my whole thing where I just don't like the Hirogen that much. I actually, because of learning about the Hirogen, or relearning about them, I actually went to go watch Predator. That was really fun. So that was
good movie. Yeah.
I mean, it's a good movie, but it's not really. It's just an action movie, and so I get why people like it because the effects and everything is cool, but just the idea of them, they don't translate to me as something that's really that interesting. So that's and then the only reason why I'm okay with the killing game existing is because we get a completely unrelated to the story. We get Klingons killing Yahtzees. And so just that clip alone, that's kind of fun.
Don't forget the baby. Don't forget that there are hollow emitters inside of B'Elanna's stomach. She's
right.
Baby. There's a baby in there.
Well, that's how dedicated the were to their illusion.
Somebody put a hollow emitter in B'Elanna's rectum, and the baby appeared.
What?
Oh my god!
Oh, wait a minute. No, actually, it has to go through the cervix.
It does. I know, but I think that as many poo jokes that can be made should be made. However, I do know where babies come from. Yes. I had one, but I still think it should be illuminating from the rectum, and it should just pass through.
Oh, okay, you're right. It is.
Yeah,
it works.
Yes,
it does. It does work.
That would be really bad because you know how they have that thing. The husbands can wear the pregnancy simulator so they can feel how bad their wives feel. I mean, could you imagine the horror that is punishment? You'd have to go around for 9 months as pregnant with a hollow emitter attached to yourself if your wife is mad at you. Wow.
That's some revenge.
Mark,
I didn't like
Mark.
Yes.
Mark, for what you just said, Your agonizer, please.
I've seen them on. They were doing that. They're making men wear those pregnancy simulators.
That
Your
needs to stop.
agonizer, please.
I get a hall pass tonight because I'm.
You're allowed.
So yeah.
Either
Oh,
today. I didn't like Day of Honor either because I just don't
oh
like it when
God.
they. Because I kind of like Balana sometimes, but this time they really played into Balana has a bad temper,
That's
and
Yeah.
and I just it wasn't fun.
That was a good choice. That was a great choice, Jilly.
Yeah, that was. Oh, that was. So,
Yeah, and that was the start of the Tom and Balana thing. That is no good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. It's totally true.
What else
So
did I have?
many-
I have them out of order here. Let's see what else I have.
You're out of order.
You're out of order.
And then my least favorite episode was
Mhm.
Unforgettable because I don't even think that deserves to be a Star
I
Trek
forgot
episode.
about that one.
I forget.
Because it was pure
Which one
soap
again?
opera.
Oh, that was number
And-
one's favorite one. That was, actually, I'm sorry, I disagree with you, Jill. I love that episode because you clearly didn't hear number one go off on it. That makes it the most entertaining episode ever. That was you were. I mean, I wish you should clip.
Oh
that one.
yeah, that you should clip that and
That
make it a
was
short video,
wonderful.
and you'll get 100,000 views.
So,
Well,
Sorry, everyone.
sorry, nothing. You kidding me? It was comedy gold. I mean, it was true because it was true. Sometimes,
well, it was true. The
great humor
episode
is
had
just
no
humor.
story
Right.
because it just had, oh, Kellen, I am who I say I am, and then they find out, yes, you are who you say you are. How boring is that? She wasn't a spy or anything.
Yeah.
And the love story was bad.
Mm.
It was just no good. How can pheromones make you forget? Like maybe a virus?
True.
Definitely telepathy.
Hmm. I think
But-
pheromones can make you really horny, but don't think
I've
that
heard
they
that.
can make it so that you can't be recorded on tape.
Yeah, right. Or also the
Can't
whole
be recorded
forgetting
on
thing.
tape.
It just doesn't work because your short-term memory has to process stuff before it becomes long-term memory.
Yes.
So if this alien could actually do what she says she can, then they would talk to her and they'd be like, "Who are you again?"
My favorite part of that episode is just going, if you go to scripts, okay, so you all know that I go to all the scripts all the time to check things, right?
Yeah.
I've been checking scripts for years. Go and hit Command F. So hold down your Command key and hit F on that script and just type in, "We fell in love." Just type it in.
What?
Hit enter. It's like it's half the script. We fell in love. We fell in love. I fell in love. He fell in love. Are you in
5
love?
times.
Are you in love?
Wow.
You fell in love with me. You're in love with me. I'm in love with you. We're in love. And
Well,
then we
just don't-
fell in love.
Just don't take Raquel to a romantic comedy for date night, I guess, right?
No, that's stupid. I hate romantic comedies. They're all the effing same. It's so stupid. I don't know how women like that shit. It's always the same thing. It's always the same thing.
Well,
and
Love Is
it's
in
always
Your
got
10
Jennifer Aniston in it.
That's always got Jennifer. Yeah. Yeah.
Love
You
is in
watch,
there
right?
10 times. I mean, I don't mind a love story if there's something else. There's got to be something else there. It can't be just that. There's got to be like this was supposed to be science fiction.
Jill,
Right.
Jill, we fell in love.
We fell in love. You know, you're right though, Jill. I mean, it absolutely was a necessity in City on the Edge Forever and other stories where it was part of the story. This isn't. I mean, maybe this was part of that story, but good God, it was
story?
lame ass. It was TV. TV romance sucks. And City on the Edge Forever, Kirk had spent months with Edith Keeler. These episodes where someone falls in love in 5 minutes on a television show, and they've known each other for a total of 5 minutes, and then they're in the next scene. They've been, oh my God, we've known each other for 3 hours now. We have married.
And everyone should also, grab a hold of the fact that Edith Keeler was practically a saint. And so how could Kirk not fall in love with her over all those months that they were together? He
She was trying to make the world a better place.
Exactly. And
She was
it
wonderful,
wasn't
yeah.
just her compassion and her kindness, but I mean, let's face it, she was so beautiful, just absolutely stunningly beautiful. But here it's just like, you meet somebody, you make goo eyes, and you show each other your naughty bits,
Right.
and then you're ready to move on to a
Naughty
different planet.
bits.
But then you're like, oh, I just found out he's evil. Well, of course you found out he's evil, you stupid. You knew him for 5 minutes and you're telling people you're in love? Get out of here.
They did it on TV a lot. It wasn't just Star Trek, but yes, when they did it on anything where it's not a credible setup where these people have known each other for a long time or something like that, then it certainly doesn't help the credibility of your story.
Mm-hmm.
So number
Chakotay,
one,
lucky, that's it.
any more, Jill?
No, I mean, there are more, but that's all I have.
No, I got you. That's cool. Mark?
Yeah, let's see here. Let me sort by my horrible episodes.
Sort by hatred.
Yes.
Yeah. Wrong
Oh,
one.
I had random thoughts.
About what? I know, I'm kidding. I know it's an episode. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Should we ask the chat? I'd like to know what the chat thought.
Oh, yes. Chat, give us your yes.
Yeah, you guys,
Your baddies.
what was the ultimate suck in all of the suck? So where is the most shit in
Bottom 5.
this? Yeah.
Because you could do 10 easy. So I mean, you could.
Oh, here we go.
You could do 10 easy. So just stick with 5.
Raquel at
Look, it's on the
11.
bottom
Yeah.
of your shoe that's so bad you get rid of the shoes.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly it. Jill, I love you, Jill. That's exactly what you do. This season sucked so bad. You walk through it and then you throw away your shit mucked shoes. I love you, Jill.
Kind of like walking through the French Quarter. If you ever walk through the French Quarter in New Orleans, you don't want to keep your shoes.
Dangerous.
You just something about it. You're like, I don't think I need these anymore.
On Raquel, there's 5 fell in loves in Forgettable or Unforgettable.
Yes, and then but then
there's probably
only
more love. Yeah, let me look at love. I'll look up love.
10 loves.
There's 10 loves. Yep.
Oh, Mark, don't you just feel like amorous?
I'm in love.
How many falling? Let me ask you this: how many fallen loves are there in the movie that's called Falling in Love? There's a movie, I know. It's true. Sure. It's true. There is one. I bet there are a lot of. No, probably not as many in that episode.
Yeah.
Harlequin Adventures of Chakotay.
Oh yeah, and guys, when I sort the graph, when I sort the spreadsheet, then it messes up the graph. So when I put it back in order, it'll be okay. But yeah, my 5 worst are Mortal Coil, or a few worst are Enough Said, Neelix Lives. If Neelix had died and saved Voyager, then we would have loved the episode. I would have given it an A++. Demon that we just watched just made 0 sense. Letting everyone be cloned like that, it was just so creepy. I was watching like the end of the episode. I'm like, really? They're just gonna leave another set of Voyager crew down there, and how are they going to live? How are they going to survive?
What if they procreate?
Yeah, what's going to happen?
If they duplicated DNA, they procreate. You have a child somewhere, and what if these aliens, these silver bloods, decide that they want to turn into like cannibals or something? There's nothing to eat on the planet. Like, why would you just deposit yourself? Like, you're not a goat
so creepy.
where you're going to get milked, right? I mean, that's happened to some characters.
Janeway's lizard kids were there. I don't know, but
good night, Rennie. Good night, Rennie.
Good night, Rennie.
Yep.
Love you,
Thank
Rennie.
you so much for joining us, and Tyrone. Good night. Thank you, guys. You guys are the cutest couple ever in the history of coupledom.
I think there were a couple more requests before Renee leaves.
Wait a minute. Another question? What if they all decide to make a Voyager of their own and go out into space?
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
yeah.
wait.
I know. Just saying. What if?
Ew, Shooter just said, Raquel, think about silver blood Neelix breeding.
Do we have to clone him?
Ew.
Let me read a couple more lines before Renee heads out. She wanted me to read. So from, I guess this is from Archer. I should start watching Archer, I guess. But line is like 95% of what I do. There's enough room in the world for science and miracles. And let's see. And Tyrone says, "Say just the tip, just the tip." I gotta watch Archer. I've watched a little bit of Archer, but okay.
I love the first 4 seasons. Are amazing of that show.
Nice.
Let me get back to my worst, I guess. Yeah. So Demon was moronic. Day of Honor, that was B'Elanna. The Klingon Day of Honor, and they just eject the warp core. That was the worst episode.
Oh, we have backup.
The Gift, well, Kess, I guess that was the gift. Was Kess left?
Kess,
that was the
Super
gift.
Kess. Ew.
What?
Maybe,
You mean this?
Kess, Super Kess.
so maybe I should rate that one higher.
You know, I do rate that one higher because because she leaves.
Just because she leaves, right?
And here's Raquel's rating of that episode.
Neelix, and I strongly dislike Kess. Hey, did I tell you that I hate Neelix and I strongly dislike Kess? Neelix, and I strongly dislike Kess. Kess, Super Kess.
I can never get enough of that.
And thank you to Ragnar for those graphics that I animated. So thank
I
you
like
for
how
that.
Jill just sounded like a Motley Crue song. You know, Kess, don't go away mad, just go away. Jill.
So
oh yeah, the gift was horrible and random.
It was
thoughts,
worth
I guess. Oof.
Wow.
So I'll sort by your worst Clobbering times.
Yeah, because I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't write anything down. I can't remember. So they're all crud. I mean, I agree with everyone you all picked anyway. So my worst or your
Here's
worst.
the list.
They're all trash. Which one did I worst the worst?
Well, you give 0.
Oh my God, Mortal Coil. Day of Honor.
Unforgettable.
Unforgettable.
I have to make my baby some popcorn. I'll be right back.
Go for
Okay,
it. Go for
sweetheart.
it.
We'll hold the fort.
Unforgettable.
Yep.
Gear of Hell Part 2.
2.
Is that right? Okay. Yep. These are all Fs. These are my Fs.
Those are Fs. Yeah, you have 4 Fs.
Only 4. Damn.
Only 4, but you had 4 D minuses.
Oh, okay, that's close enough. And some Ds.
And a lot of D's. Yeah.
I'd like to know who was the meanest, who had like the lowest.
Well, here,
we know it was number. We know it had to be Raquel, right?
Yeah,
it had to be
Raquel.
number 1.
11 zeros.
But I had to be close.
Let's
Mars Monkey Max, if you respect yourself, you can skip season 4.
Yes. I mean, you shouldn't have to go through it just for us. Hey, Captain Von Doomfinity Temperus Maximus. Oh well. Is my law is famous now? Oh wow.
Yeah.
Do tell. You have to let me in on that. All right, so
so your averages were 2.62 for me.
Yes.
Which is a like a C plus, I guess. Raquel gave it a 1.12, which means do not pass go. Repeat the course. You're not graduating college. That's just above a D average. So technically it's passing, but you're not going to get any credits in your major if you take a course and get a D. And you have a 1.5, which is also looks like a D plus. C minus. Yep. So here's the graph of the episodes. Here's the trend. So, and
I'm the blue science officer.
Yep.
Yes.
So your trend is going down, Raquel. Steep curve down.
Yep.
That's the slope.
Wow.
And
yeah, but I gave credit where credit was due. Look at how it peaks.
Yeah.
When the episodes are good.
Yep.
I'm good.
No, you did. Yeah, absolutely.
I think it was ED that asked for the trend line, or someone asked for the trend line, so I put that in. And there's
why are you apologizing for the trend line? The trend line needs to be a regular part of our lives. All of your charts and graphs are awesome sauce.
Well, thank you. I was just giving credit to ED for suggesting that. Yep. Well, you're yellow, so you're
command.
Yeah, but I'm saying, so mine's
your trend line is flat.
Trend line is flat. A flat line.
It's consistent. Yeah, Raquel is like, and I'm
so
kind of
no upward from season 3, huh?
Yeah. And if you want to look at the ratings, I know Jill want to look at the ratings. Here's the trend line for the ratings.
Okay.
So Jill's not here right now, but
she's making the baby popcorn. She'll be back.
Yep. So look at that downward trend. The trend line.
Wow.
So started at, this is in millions of viewers, which is great for back then. I mean, today that would
Considering
be
it was
phenomenal.
UPN network. I mean,
Yeah, so 10 million viewers, and then it drops. The low was 3.7. That was episode 13. I think
wow.
that's the Chakotay episode, I think, when he...
Which one?
13.
13.
Let me check. Let me check.
Waking Moments.
Oh, yeah. It was a sleeper, some kind of horse hockey. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the nudity is humiliation with little Tuvivok.
The
Dream Aliens.
Dream Aliens, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The whole like diminished concept of Vulcanians. This was meant to teach us that everything we knew about Vulcanians was complete and utter hooey. And yeah. Oh, that was bad. That's why they lost viewers.
Yeah. Wow. I don't really barely remember any of these. So pathetic.
But that's a bad trend for the viewership.
It's
I mean,
not
by
even the
today's
first time I've
standards,
ever watched them. Yeah.
Yeah. But by today's standards, that would be great ratings, though. But that's this is what year was this? 96 or was this 98?
1998, I think. No,
Yep.
97 to 98, sir.
Okay, there we go. Yep. So first episode.
Jamalama, good night.
Good night, Jamalama.
Good night. September 3rd.
We'll see what our friends in the
May 20th.
in the chat are saying.
Yes, I collected 8 for you.
Okay. Let's see. Fiona says my fave line is like 95% of what. Oh, that
was for me to say, I think. Yeah.
All right. Well, you didn't get rid of them once you did them. When you did get rid of them, you got to unstar them. All right. JT Kirk says number 5, Demon.
Yep.
At the worst. I thought you had Demon. I think you liked Demon. That was another one we did. Harbin Fair. Okay, sorry. Demon. 4, Vis-a-Vis. 3, Revulsion. 2, Mortal Coil. 1, Day of Honor. Barely
Fecal
remember
Coil.
Day of Honor. Yep. But Wag says worst season 4 episodes. Put the names of all season 4 episodes in a hat and draw randomly. Bonus points if the episode had Neelix plot line.
I love you, Wag.
You rock, Wag. It's not enough reason, this is dedicated to
Draw
Wag.
that man in a chicken suit.
It's the Chicken Man!
Yeehaw. Thank you, Wag. Okay, dokily. So yeah, can't argue with that, Wag. Let's see. If I have nothing, says Revulsion. Forgot how bad that episode was. Demon was pretty bad too. Yeah,
Yep.
It was really stupid.
Oh, Max Redstone, you already know that's one of my favorite lines in the history of Star Trek. Those low mileage pit wolfies.
But pit wolfies and help build a memory. Yeah. Mars Monkey. MMM says, you don't want to know what I'm thinking, Cloudy. Really? Wow. Now I do. Now I actually do, since you said I don't.
7 learns to swallow.
I'm childish like that. So what else? Oh, sorry, we have some more. Shooter says the ugly, Janeway and the brain, a Deke I think it was Andy Deke in space. Forgettable. I'm not sure. No, it says a Dick in space. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Shooter. Professor R2 says this was the last
Message in a bottle
season I watched regularly in the original airing. I only saw an episode here and there after this. This season was the last straw for me.
I gotcha.
Tough to blame you. Tough to blame you. I mean, yeah. I'm sure it gets so much better. I can't even say it with him. That's a load of hooey. Excuse me, sir. Hooey. I love the way Data said hooey.
Hooey.
Yep, absolute hooey. Now, see, there's the thing that Sonny, what's his face guy, whatever his name was, needed his own Trek spinoff.
Yeah, he would have been amazing.
He'd have been great. He should have been on the regular on the crew. Said, yeah, Captain, I can be good on your crew. I can entertain him with some songs, and we can go and get some pit with his own rise.
I'd like to see him on Earth.
On Earth,
I would just trying to fit in.
You know what? They really actually should have him, and the business guy in that episode. I was forgetting the guy's name. Radioactive. Hey there.
Hey, Radioactive.
He would have been like his agent in that episode on DS9 where they're traveling the galaxy and they go in there, and that would have been fun. LQ Sonny Clemens. You tell me every time, and I forget
Mhm.
every time. But yes, he should have been on an episode of DS9. Damn it, those morons really dropped the ball there. Good to see you, Radioactive. Thank you for popping in. Okay, so I guess now we can give our overall season grading or ratings or whatever grading, whatever.
For me, this is an F. I know that that technically I gave a D, but it just this is just some low effort here. I mean, when you turn in 11 assignments that are complete and utter shit. I mean, this is if you want the definition of finger painting in your own feces, Voyager provides. 11 Fs. And so here we are. And this is an F. It's terrible. It's terrible. I mean, watch Nemesis and have a good time with it because it's a great time. It borrows very heavily from Predator, but the adaptation of it is quite cool. And I'm not sure what came first there, the chicken or the egg, but Nemesis is quite enjoyable. But the rest of it is complete and utter shit. It's shit. It's a Jackson Pollock with poop.
There you go. Absolutely. Jilly, the season.
Oh, I gave season 3 a C, and I give this one a C minus. And so I do rate things a little bit higher because I kind of feel like Voyager is like the sitcom of Star Trek. It's Star Trek sitcom, and so looking at it like that, even if the science is lacking a bit in the science fiction, I can see that sometimes they're trying to go for something interesting. There's so many times we say, hey, this episode had a good idea, and then the execution fails. And sometimes I have fun with that idea, even if I'm rewriting the episode as I'm watching it. I probably give a lot of these episodes grades higher than they deserve, which is why I have way more C's and D's than I do both A's and F's. And that's
I hear you.
my view of this season.
All right. Well, absolutely.
Yeah.
By the way,
but
I
know.
By the way, chat, if you would like to chime in, now's the time. If you want to let us know what you think of or give us your thoughts on the season as a whole.
The word is given.
And meantime, Marco.
Sure. Yep.
After
After
reviewing, I'm sorry. After reviewing a lot more episodes after DS9 and Voyager, I kind of want to go back to TNG because I think I rated a lot of those episodes too low.
It happens. We all change some of these reviews sometimes.
Yeah.
Son Lee, hello there.
Yeah, sorry about that. That's all.
That's okay.
Son Lee! Also, you have to stop doing this to me, Max, because all I can hear in my head is, oh, season 4, restricted, take permits, money more.
There are going to be any damn permits. Let's get a permit to do a damn illegal thing. And listen to my backward friend. Genesis may plan to fit, but maybe friend forget what I'm gonna. No, sorry, never mind. I screwed it up. Damn it. Oh, my restricted. I love that character. He should have had his own trick also. All right. Who's next?
Oh, I think I was next
Mark.
for my synopsis. Yeah, so I have a 2.62, which maybe is a little bit too high. That's a B minus C plus. So, but there's a lot of stinkers in this episode, and I'm grading higher because it's, as I said, you're not stuck in a damn space station. So sometimes they get it right. The crew, I love the Doctor. His character is great. He saves
He's a wonderful actor.
Yeah, he saves the show. If there was no Doctor in this, and I wonder how much they had envisioned for him to be part of the show too when it started. I wonder if they saw his performance and just kept enlarging his role just because he was so damn good. So yeah, just love Picardo, and yeah, he's great. 7 is okay sometimes. I mean, I guess they're trying to play like a Vulcan with, the no emotion and then becoming human. So sometimes she's good. I mean, aside from the jokes of, the eye candy, and obviously you could see Janeway. The actress is so upset. I can see where she's upset, right? She's supposed to be the leading lady, and first, Star Trek captain that has a show that she's in the starring role, and they put the sex pot on, and as I always said, my wife is like, "What are you watching?" when she saw the silver outfit, and yeah, I can understand why there'd be friction there. It's only human, right? Someone comes in and then they're doing all these 7-centric episodes, and she's a bombshell on top of it. So I could see why she would be upset. But they do end up having some good episodes. But overall, I give it I'd go with a C rating for the season. I wonder what did we give season 3? Was it worse than this, or? Yeah, season 3 was pretty
We'll put
bad.
him in the agony booth after you leave.
Yeah, well, I already am in the agony booth, so to speak. So I don't need any more. Yeah, but if we look at Voyager
so
season,
bad that you're sick.
so Voyager, look at the ratings. You guys are never above a C, so I'm the only nice guy here. So 1.72, 1.88, 1.13, 1.37.
I love you, man.
And then 2. Well, actually, I rated the 3rd season worse. And yeah, so you guys never give Voyager above a D rating. So, ouch.
Well, I'm gonna have to go along with number 1 on this, and I give this season at least an F plus or maybe a D minus, somewhere up in there, ballpark. I don't care what that average says, because there are 2 episodes that I really, really like. So that means it produced at least a couple of things that I think stand out as pretty good entertainment, but for the most part, it is just not. I mean, it's, you got to have more than 2. If you have only 1 that I would consider to be really memorable and that is Living Witness. That's one that I had some, oh, wait a minute. There was one other one too that I forgot all about. Wait a minute. Or was it last season, the dinosaur one?
That was last season.
Okay. See, I love that one. Stuff like that. If there are more of those, see, I forgot what season it was. I forget about the show. If I had more of those, I could give the on the whole. But just 1 or 2, one that I really, really like a lot, and then another one I think I like 2 that I like a lot, and that's about it. That doesn't cut it. So it's I'm gonna be nice and say D minus for those, only because they had 2 episodes that I liked a lot. But it could easily be an F plus. You know what I mean? Stream
I
B.
love the comments in the chat.
Let's see what we got. Shooter says C minus. Fiona says, Raquel, this season is worse despite somehow being more watchable.
Yeah.
The flaws in the writing were more exposed as the absurdities of the previous seasons are absent. Also, more potential to waste. Wow.
I totally agree, because look at that demon episode. That demon episode could have been quite interesting if we would have gone to Silver Blood, and if we wouldn't have said that it was 500 Kelvin. Right. Imagine just arriving and
just a planet.
Just a planet. It's a red planet, and you get down there and you go in the cave and something happens to you, and suddenly all of these clones start appearing outside of the cave, and they can breathe a low oxygen atmosphere. So none of these toxic compounds that melt metal, and certainly not 500 Kelvin, 440.33 degrees Fahrenheit. And then you've got something really cool happening there, right? Because then you set yourself up to have the opportunity to give the Kirk speech. Humans don't just give away their DNA willy-nilly. And that's a dangerous thing that we don't want to do. And you get that chance to talk about how Americans value individuality, and how Americans want to protect their identities, and how Americans and American culture feels about individuality and the sanctity of procreation, and how we feel about our children and things like that. So it's a very deep thing. And what did we get instead? Complete and utter shit. Good evening, Stephen S. Nice to see
Stephen
you.
S.
Howdy.
Hey.
Hello, Steve. I also would have liked if they would have just said that they were changelings rather than try to make them biologically impacted. And so, because then you're not going to have to ask what they're eating.
Because remember, changelings
Jill.
remember, changelings sent other changelings that didn't even know what they were all over the galaxies, and it's conceivable that maybe some of them ended up, in the Delta Quadrant. I mean, they were everywhere else. They were in the Alpha Quadrant. So I don't know, but maybe, anything. You could have done anything better than what they did.
I would have liked to have seen something like maybe Zephram Cochrane's Love Cloud, and
and
maybe
Metamorphosis,
and the Love Cloud. Oh, a baby's here. And Love Cloud, takes over rocks or something. It inhabits a body and it learns how to shift the DNA on the planet. And then suddenly you see these people coming out, and then you have the Kirk conversation, right? But let's have Zephram Cochrane's Love Cloud. That's what I want instead. And I want it to be able to take the organic material from the planet and turn it into some life form that looks like human beings, or that would be the material it would use to create these clones, right?
Yepper, absolutely.
Oh, good night.
Yeah,
Professor
exactly.
Archie.
That way,
good
it's
night.
already sentient.
Yeah, 440.33 degrees Fahrenheit is just ridiculous. Get out of here.
I think today's spacesuits, good night, R2, can go to minus 250 to plus 250. Well, that's the spec. I mean, maybe they could survive a little bit. So it's not inconceivable in the future that, Voyager would have environmental suits that can handle that. But you're right. You don't need that in the episode, and it kind of wrecks the believability of the episode.
Well, because then if like the first thing that I'm going to say to you then is, okay, but that's not my biggest gripe. My biggest gripe isn't whether or not the suit can stand up to 440. My biggest gripe is then if they're using our DNA to create their clones, then obviously their DNA is subject to the same weaknesses as our DNA, since it would be our DNA.
Yeah.
So, what are they doing walking around, and what in the FUCK are they going to eat and drink?
Yeah.
So we needed to have something. We needed to have more of a science writer here, and it's unfortunate. Clobby and I talk about this so much as we've moved through every iteration of Star Trek. There's a big difference between having a science writer and having a drama writer. A drama writer is digging around in their butt to make some fecal finger paintings, and a science writer is like, how can we explore this idea? How can we explore this subject matter? And they build the story around those ideas. So
The Martian.
It's just unfortunate. Like Demon had so much potential to be Zephram Cochrane's Love Cloud. Let's do that. That would have been so.
Which is a beautiful episode. Yeah, when you.
It is a beautiful episode.
Yeah. Yeah, an
Love
energy beam does make more sense on that planet.
Indeedishness. JT Kirk says 3.5 Spurbies infected gel packs out of 5. High points aware of the erosion, species 8, 6, 7, 5, 0, 9. And 7 of 9 intros were the only worthwhile elements of the season.
Mm-hmm.
And Wes Cagle says, I give the season an F- because Voyager.
Oh.
Gwag says the Saturday Night Star Trek live stream gets an A+. Oh, thank you. You're too kind, Gwag. Season 4 Voyager gets an F-. I didn't see that coming. Professor R2 says, dozing off the keyboard. Time forbid, I give the this season an F, and this stream an A+. Night all. I appreciate that so much, Professor R2. You're too kind. And Larry says F. F in general, or just F that show, or F that season? I like what Fiona says here. She said, Kate Mulgrew is being a bit disingenuous here. She refused to allow the producers to sexualize her character, as is her right, but at the same time is jealous of Jerry Ryan. She wanted it both ways.
Mm-hmm.
What Mulgrew is really angry about is human nature. She is mad that she viewed as a sex symbol while rejecting the role of a sex symbol. She wants the attention, but not the heels. Is it viewed? That is, yes. And,
okay.
Good.
Oh, sorry. I starred that because I agree, and I said the same and tagged her in it on Twitter. So, and I believe I tagged Jerry Ryan and sort of read her the riot act as well when they were both coming out talking about, how misogynistic Gene Roddenberry's Star Trek is, and how much they hated being on the show, and just lots of hate. But I do agree it goes both ways, and a lot of times I think that it's disingenuous insofar as you take a character like Jerry Ryan, and she complained a lot about her costume. She actually called it a feat of engineering because, of course, that whole front plate that she's wearing is a highly restrictive bodice with the chest as molded. So it's more like hockey equipment than a corset. But it's also super important to realize that men go through that same thing, right? When you see Hugh Jackman torturing himself, throwing up and eating tuna and chicken so that he can be Wolverine, or when you see poor William Shatner being made fun of because he had to wear a girdle on set. Everyone has to well, at least they used to be. People used to aspire to be attractive, to be sexy, to be beautiful, and to be admired on screen. And so it's not exclusive to Kate Mulgrew. It's not exclusive to Jerry Ryan. And certainly when you're looking at these images, you can't just cry foul for one side of the imaging. You have to cry foul for it all. And if I'm looking at Lou Ferrigno when he's a Hulk, when I'm younger, and I'm thinking, holy mackerel, hubba hubba, that's the same thing. But what's the saying? You got to call balls and strikes. And so you have to be more honest in your assessment of whether or not you're going to use feminine wiles, and I just don't think they're honest about it.
Are you trying to tell me that they actually make objectify men in Hollywood productions as well?
Well, they do.
No,
and
on Star Trek, they never had Kirk take his shirt off, did they?
They did all the time.
They didn't
what
cast
they don't
because
talk
Shatner
about
was a good-looking lad or anything like
he
that.
was. But what they don't talk about is that there are many men that have eating disorders. There are many men that are killing themselves or hurting themselves by using anabolic steroids or using human growth hormone. And I having known many people who are athletes as well as the super fitness people who compete, that they go through such extreme dehydration, eating only chocolate, shedding as much water as possible so they get muscle definition. These actors, especially these guys who are playing superheroes, and even somebody like Captain Kirk, who is just the captain of the Enterprise. All of these people suffer too, and it's a part of being on stage. A woman should probably be under a size 6 if she wants to look like a superhero. And guys, unfortunately, they have to look more and more like these superheroes in the comics, and both suffer. So in the early days of this backlash on Twitter, when the filth came out, that the filth being, of course, the post 2005 quote unquote Star Trek, although it's not, when that whole backlash happened, so many of us knew that it was complete and utter bullshit. They were shining this light on the suffering of women and the dynamic. What was really going on at that time was a cat fight. You've got a cat fight over who's going to be the star of the show, and it's no different than hearing people grumbling about how much screen time they got, but instead they want to turn it into some sort of feminist narrative. And we know that to be false if we're truly honest with ourselves about the way that men are portrayed on television as well. And men are portrayed like women on television. And when I'm saying that, I mean a piece of meat. Men are treated like a piece of meat as well. I love the new show Reacher. Oh, I love the new show Reacher. It's the first time that they don't have a guy that's too built. He's just the perfect rugby body for me. Hubba hubba.
He's not too built.
I 100%.
I know what that means.
No, it's just that he's gigantic. But I
Yeah.
100% objectify men. Terrible. I'm a horrible person.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
that's
you
the Mulgrew is not a, is a, nice looking lady. I'm not going to say anything, but especially when she's younger. But as Fiona was saying, yeah, she didn't want to have that as a character because she viewed that, using any sex appeal would diminish her character as a woman. But of course, Kirk and Pike, they had a sex appeal too, and that's part. It's fantasy when you watch these movies and shows. You want to see someone, that's not. You don't want to see Fat Thor, right? So,
That's right.
so,
But I
and she
also
looked
think that she's full of shit
Yeah.
because look at Counselor Camel Toe. Marina has to be one of the most unconventionally attractive women. Like, there's nothing about her that screams sex appeal. And yet, all of the Star Trek nerds loved her. They instantly thought that she was just a cutie patootie, and they raised her up to sex appeal status. And when you look at her, she's not a conventional beauty. So I think that Kate
Yeah.
Mulgrew pushes her chess pieces around, and instead of playing chess, she's playing checkers because everyone can see what she's doing as she's pushing her shit around. And I think they get the same impression with Jerry Ryan.
The Book Breaker.
Wiltberger.
What's up? How do you do? How do you do? Yeah. They don't cast leads on television shows, especially in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, what have you, and so on and so forth. Or now things are a little bit different, but for the most of the time, throughout the course of Hollywood films and entertainments, they don't cast ordinary looking people traditionally. So you get a show like the original Star Trek. What do? They have all fairly young, they cast Kirk because he's supposed to be like a dashing guy, just like before him, Jeffrey Hunter, a big dashing, big masculine, rugged, good-looking guy. Kirk, same deal. That's just the way TV always was. And then when you get Next Generation, yes, Picard's he's not, the guy's going to be like a big sex symbol type actor, but he's so what do? They get like other younger actors around him, right?
Mm-hmm.
DS9, they were mostly younger, young enough actors, but they certainly didn't. They don't. This is how the way they cast. So when you get a lady like what's her name, Kate Mulgrew, she wasn't she wasn't a sex symbol or anything, but she was, certainly a decent looking enough woman, and they knew all. They had. I guess Kess was intended to be the kind of the Counselor Troy type look, and when that didn't really do all that great for him, they found Jerry Ryan, and look, they did it on Enterprise too. They had T'Pol.
I have no, but we had T'Pol from the get go, and I'm very happy about that.
I love her, but
not only do I love her, but I believe that she may actually be tied for second place with Mark Lenard for a Vulcan performance. That woman is wonderful. Drop dead gorgeous. Absolutely loves Star Trek. Doesn't say anything bad about Star Trek or Star Trek fans, and just gave us a brilliant performance as a Vulcanian. She was marvelous, delicious.
And she looked great while doing it. Remember when she got cast? Mm-hmm. All my friends were sending me back then, or I guess we had AOL. They're like, "Did you see the new actress is gonna be in Star Trek? She was on Maxim," and they're sending me all the pictures.
Beautiful.
Like,
and she didn't need body armor.
Hey.
She wasn't wearing the hockey equipment that Jerry Ryan was wearing. That's her in that cat suit.
Right. And people whined about it back then. Well, not them. None of the people on the set wasn't like what's her face Mulgrew did. The other actors didn't care on Enterprise, but they got criticism saying, "Look at all this stuff they're doing to get ratings on Star Trek Enterprise." Yeah, no shit.
Decon gel.
It's a TV show. That's what they do.
Yeah.
You hope it's still good and well written and all that stuff too. But let's face it, they want people to watch it.
And I like when the show is sexy and you believe it's sexy. Like if I got to go into decon with somebody and I'm rubbing them up and down and they look like Trip, come on, man. Like it works. But the reason why I don't like the romantic stuff from DS9 and from Voyager is because it's 100% not believable. You know, Renee and Onana, it's like watching a mother bird feed a baby bird when they kiss. There's nothing more revolting than watching that. Do you know what I mean? It's just a gigantic puke fest. And Voyager is worse. It's worse. It's just absolute complete shite. Hello, Davina Duckworth.
Davina Duckworth, hello there. Welcome to Clobbering Times. You crack me up with that. Yeah,
I don't know. I like Worf and Jadzia, but
see, I got it, and not. I'm not a shipper anyway, but that always bugged me. As far as you know, of course, Worf with anyone other than maybe that's it. You know, the what's her face? His wife, his wife, woman who died. You know, that was murdered by Duras. What's her name?
Mm-hmm.
Alexander's mom.
Yes,
Mhm.
yes.
Yeah.
Jalar.
Kalar.
Kalar,
Mhm.
that's right. That worked for me. Anyone else he's with, just well, it's not. Look, him and Jadzia isn't as ridiculous as him and Troy. I'll give you that, because Jadzia is at least not what she's looks in one way, but she's also something inside, right? So yeah.
But she's
had
also
a-
psychotically abusive, like the most
Yeah.
abusive wife, and she even cheats on him, and we know it, and we're told that, we're shown that. And so I pointed out when we did our reviews, every single time she humiliated him in public, made fun of him, bickered and fought with him, and that's not how you make a marriage. I don't know how he stayed married to her, because the way they wrote the character, it was just intended to completely humiliate Worf. And here we thought Worf was this dignified, amazing soldier who was just hyper masculine. And at the end of DS9, he's like a bag of smashed ass. Like, why did you do that to the character? So like, I don't watch that and enjoy it. Who would want to watch a couple who are supposed to be deeply in love watching another person completely humiliating another person in front of their friends and their loved ones and their colleagues? It's just terrible. That's not good television for me. But when I see Trip and I see T'Pol rubbing gel on one another, I'm like, okay, well, this is good. What's going to come out of this? Could you imagine if we had to use that gel on a ship? I don't know if I could be rubbing somebody down. You know,
That was a little
this is
ridiculous. They would have had.
believable.
I mean, we have tanning booths today that spray, so you know.
Tobar the robot's here. Tobar.
Tobar!
What's up, Tobar? Good to see you. Oh, what did he say? He said
Tobar.
he wrote something. Oh, by the way, Max Redstone, we forgot his word. He gives the season a D-. Springtime for 7 and holograms. Winter for Neelix and Cass.
The producers.
Nice. Yeah, I love it. Very well. Let's see. Tobar says, Star Trek Voyager's name is false advertising. I watched expecting the series to follow the adventures of Voyager, but they haven't appeared even once. The show gets an F. I love
Thank
Tobar.
you.
Tobar
Robot
always
the
brings
robot.
fun stuff. Tobar always brings fun stuff for us. It's always good to see Tobar. He's our only robot. As far as I know, we've had bots in the streams way back. Remember when bots used to come in all the time? He's the only good robot we've ever had.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah, so we love Tobar.
Yeah.
And by the way, Tobar, you must be old enough to remember that toy. He's got to be getting it from the old toy from the 60s or 70s. Yeah. So, well, look, we wraps up another season. This is our wrap party.
Better?
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt. This is so true, JT Kirk. Marina Sirtis getting a gel rub down from Jonathan Fakey Pants would probably be the most hairy experience short of using Ewoks.
Oh, God.
100%. They would need a full body wax, both of them.
Thanks a lot, JT. What's wrong with you, dude?
Well, that's why in Nemesis they had to remove the body hair with CGI.
Oh my God.
Grody to the max.
Please.
Wow. What, dude? I know you're in pain because of what happened Sunday, but man,
poor JT.
I feel your pain about those Lions, buddy. But man, just no need to. spread misery like that.
The
Oh,
pain.
you,
I gotta
Max. I
clip
love
that.
you,
Oh, the
man.
pain. Oh, the pain.
well done, of course.
Ah,
Yeah, but that was great stuff. And again, you guys are making me sad that we're not to Enterprise yet. We just finished season 4 of Voyager. We've got, oh my God, 3 more seasons of this.
shit.
Jesus Christ, I'm gonna cry on here. Oh man, I envy anyone
Look,
reviewing
we're
anything
more
like this.
than halfway there.
True.
It's true. It's true. It's been a long road getting from there to here. And Princess
Yeah.
P says, if I wanted to see ugly people, I'd just go to Walmart.
Anytime I want to see ugly, I look in the mirror. Boom, right there. So there
Oh,
you
get
go.
out of here. You're not
Yeah, but they have
ugly.
good action figures
true.
there.
The mirror slaps me when I look in it. But
Get out of here. Get out of here.
it doesn't break, it like runs. So but yeah, it's just what the hell, Professor Arch. Oh, I'm sorry, Tetrarch said something. Oh, he was talking to someone. Okay, I got you. All right, so
The most exciting thing tonight are the emojis, the new emojis. Those are cool.
Oh yeah. Well,
Shooter's got a great pun
I
there.
see that you were digging around in my emoji stash and that you put me in there, Mark.
Yeah. Well,
You
what
noticed
engineers,
that?
they love to
When
change
did you do that?
things.
When did you do that?
Well, I have the keys to the kingdom, so
I know that, but when did you
yesterday.
do it?
A couple of days ago, I think, or
Okay.
That's
think
very,
so. No one
very
noticed,
sweet and
maybe.
very thoughtful of you.
I love
it. That's really cool, my buddy. Thank
It's
you.
beautiful. And your wonderful Andorian outfit, no less.
Have I told you lately how much everyone here loves you, buddy? Like, you're a good dude, and we all really love you very much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Some of us even tolerate you.
Yeah. And I love Shooter's pun here. He says, well, I'm calling it a night. Have fun until next time. And just like that, I am Gorn.
Nice. All right, Shooter buddy. We're not too far behind you. We got some business to take care of first. Okay, so look, we've got through 4 seasons. We have gotten through, again, starting just 3 years ago last month, January 2021, we started reviewing this review show. As I said earlier at the beginning of the show, our number one and I embarked upon this perilous mission to review all of real Star Trek 66 through 05, her 735 Club, as she has dubbed it. And we are finally, this puts us, well, we're well past the halfway mark, but I mean, puts us on our the last half of our last leg, or a second to last leg, I should say, right? So we reviewed all of the original series, the animated series, the original crew films, Next Generation, TNG movies, Star Trek Deep Space Nine, and now 4 full seasons of Star Trek Voyager. And put the perfect top on it. Oh, and it's all because, and this would not be worth doing without the most wonderful first officer in the fleet, my wonderful Commander R.M. Briggs. And yes, everyone, she of course is an author, and she has something wonderful. Well, she already has a book out there. We're going to get all the info that you could take a look at that if you have not already. But she also has a new book coming out.
I do.
And I would like you all to see this trailer.
Oh my gosh, Chloe.
That is a beautiful trailer. Well,
Thank
so
you.
we'll put together.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed.
Very
Yes,
nice.
indeed. So, yes, everyone, of course, that is coming in. It's March, right? Or is it April? March?
I'm just waiting for my editor to get back to me. He is my firm and final proofreader, and he gives me input. And he is my former professor and a very good friend of mine, a man who I deeply respect. He's a literature professor, and he is reviewing it right now. And then as
Nice.
soon as he's done, I'll head out.
Look at the Tetrarch. Very
Oh,
nice.
that's cool.
Well done. And thank you, Tetrarch.
Oh,
for that.
wow. Thank you so much,
Thanks, man.
Tetrarch of Apathy. So apathetic.
And thanks for thanks for being here tonight. And you said you're about to run, so thank you for that. Appreciate you. And well, thank you all for watching the trailer. So number one, let's any ending words you may have for tonight, please take the helm.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Captain. Well, the first thing I want to say is thank you to everyone who is in the chat. Boy, you folks brought it tonight. You make this whole space, this whole enterprise, ha ha ha, just the greatest thing every week. You're all so brilliant. You're all such great conversationalists. I loved your reviews tonight. I loved everything that you said. And I love the way that you guys talk to one another. You guys are just the best. And I love you. And thank you for investing in us and welcoming us into your homes and being a part of this. It's an incredible honor. So thank you, everyone. I also want to thank all of the wrenches for everything that they did for us tonight in helping folks get around in the chat and just building that sense of community, and for just being so friendly. And I mean, you don't get paid. I mean, and you're the best. You guys work for some of the biggest names on YouTube. So thank you so much for being here. I also want to thank Lord Thoth, Larry, Chris Persia, my buddy Gwagnar, and Princess Fiona. You are out there hustling, trying to get as many people as you can to get on over here and meet Clobby. And I see it. I'm watching you doing it. And I don't even know how to thank you. Thank you so much for promoting my friend's channel. It means a lot. You are loyal and kind friends. Thank you. I also want to thank everyone who watched us on X. That audience is growing. And so thank you so much for joining us. And I want to thank all the lurkers. You know, at the end of the week, this is 200-300, sometimes more than 300 people. And that's due to the fact that many people live in places where they can't watch live, or they're working and they can't participate in the chat. And there are a lot of you. And so I just want to thank you so much for being a part of Clobberin Times and for your support. You're the best. And I just want to thank absolutely every single person who gave Clobby a gift tonight. Especially, I have to call out our friends, our dear friends, who shell out the big bucks to get those memberships out to folks. And then, you know, these very generous gifts. These are just amazing in keeping the lights on here at this virtual comic book shop that is owned by Mike Clobby Alonso. So thank you so much for that. Please, if you had a great time tonight, can you go ahead and clobber the like button? Just clobber it. And don't forget to hit the subscribe button and the notification bell, and then you'll know when Clobby's on air. Clobby showed my video, and that's incredible. Thank you so much for showing that, Captain.
Of course.
I do sell science fiction. I have to do it myself because corporations aren't interested in it. They sort of shoot me away with their literature, saying that they're really only publishing activists and activism. And I'm not an activist, and my writing isn't activism. It's just good old-fashioned science fiction. And if you like classic episodic science fiction, you might like it too. You can taste test it to see if it sucks or not. I sell my stories for 99 cents each on Amazon. I have a new book coming out, and I want to shout out my patrons. These are the folks who kick it old school and are helping me to get over the finish line where the corporations fail. They haven't given up on science fiction, so I want to call them out. I want to thank Larry, Tony Stark, Sean Carter, Penny Lane, Shooter, Gwagnar, Dave, Chris Persia, Scuba, and Leslie Pete. Eric Kane is Trusty Dusty Dog Kirby, Enigmatic Drop Bear, and of course, Jeff Wyatt and Rod Thunderheart. Thank you so much. I also want to thank my fans, Michael and Cassandra Beacom, Mark D with a C, Anti-Derivative Jill, Jelly Jill, Maximum Redstone, JT Cook, Dabman and the Dabman Clan, Lord and Lady Thoth, and of course, Little Lance, Rob Altus, and Tyler. I could not do this without you. So I just want you to know how much I appreciate you. And I know it takes a lot, and I'm sitting here talking and I read out this big long list, but it really does matter to me. You have made a difference in my life. You've made it so that I can do public appearances. You've made it so that I could pay my editor. You've made it so that I can bring things together. And I don't know how I'm ever going to thank you for that. Thank you for reaching into my life and making my art count, making my stories count. I love you for that. And since tonight we were a panel, I just want to say how much everyone loves Mark. Mark is such a great friend. He's not feeling well tonight. But can you do me a favor? Can you go over to his YouTube and can you give him a follow? He's also on Patreon. And you need to go over to his Patreon because he is such an amazing maker.
Thank you, Raquel. Thank you so
Not
much
only
for
did
that.
he make the Liberator, but he made this incredible Killer Cornucopia. That's what we're calling it for now. And I'm going to leave that up to you to go and figure out what I'm talking about. It's got Doom in it, and just go in and see what he has to offer because he's an incredibly kind man who is very intelligent and just so welcoming and just a great guy to hang out with. And I also want to thank our dear friend Jill. Jilly Jill is such a great part of Clobberin Times. It's such a great part of Saturday Night Star Trek. My fellow INTJ, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Thank you for being a part of this. Everyone, make sure you follow Jill as well. She's on YouTube, and you can find her on Twitter. And I just want to say how much I appreciate your insight and your enthusiasm, and also having a fellow INTJ here. It means a lot. And last but certainly not least, I just want to thank Clobby. Clobby, my captain, mon capitaine. Thank you so much for creating this space for nerds, geeks, dorks, normies, trekkies, clobberooskies, clobberologists, 735ers, whatever they call themselves. They come here to hang out with you. And none of us would know one another were it not for you, my charming Southern gentleman of a friend, the grand poobah of all of geekdom. Thank you so much for hosting us tonight.
Thank you, number one, for those wonderful words. As always, I love you. This show, look, Saturday Night Star Trek doesn't happen without you. Never will. You are the foundation of Saturday Night Star Trek, and we all love you for it. Hello there. Welcome, William Shakespeare. William Shakespeare. I like it. I like that name.
That's an amazing name. And the icon is hysterical.
Yeah.
Another 20?
Yeah, stop the presses. Larry gave 20
Larry, thank you so much. Wow, my goodness. Please, anyone, if you haven't already, William Shakespeare is a member too. There you go. Excellent.
Wow.
Please avail yourselves of the memberships. I really appreciate
play 20
it.
minutes of clips.
Yes, I should.
Larry.
What would Larry like? I bet I know one that Larry would like right here.
We love you so much.
What about you?
What about me?
Why don't you go?
You are expendable.
And you're not?
No, I'm not. I am not expendable. I'm not stupid. And I'm not going.
Inconceivable. 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 Inconceivable.
You keep using the word. I do not think it means what you think it means.
Get those nerds! 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 What?
Crazy. Everything that guy just said is bullshit. Thank you.
Captain, I see no reason to stand here and be insulted.
Well, a double dumbass on you!
Captain, I see no reason to stand here and be insulted.
Brain and brain, what is brain?
Oh, one more.
Can I interject
so
just for
Please.
2 eggs of a puppy's tail here, just to say to Princess Fiona, yeah, everyone's talking about that George R.R. Martin thing, and it really is quite fortunate because I think he's disappointed because he was cultivating his own following for his personal beliefs, and I think that's unfortunate. And you are correct in your comments, and I celebrate your comments, and I thank you for them, because it's pretty sad that people like me and people like Andy Weir have to go on Patreon to get our stuff out there. And so, if you have people like Andy Weir and you have people like me that are on Patreon, what are you thinking? I mean, it's just beyond me that you go to these publishing houses, you look at their websites, and the first thing it says is, please don't submit science fiction. Please don't submit short stories. We are looking for, and I'm just going to be very general here so I don't ruffle any feathers, activism, and we want to publish activism. And if you're not going to publish activism, then we need you to be an activist. And I think you know what that's code for. And it's quite sad, because I just want to write stories that people can enjoy, because people like sci-fi. So thank you for your support, and thank you for taking the time to make such caring comments to me. You're a good friend, Fee. Thank you. Sorry about that, Bobby.
No, not at all. Not to be sorry.
I think George Martin's going to
Wow.
finish the book next Tuesday.
It won't be installed until Tuesday.
What a great comeback. That is such a good comeback.
Steve, Casa Boom there. Hello there, Steve. Welcome. Good to see you.
Steve, nice to see you. Casa Boom.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, cool. I think we've seen him once before. Okay, let's see here. Jill, what you got going on? Plug your channel and things.
So George is just basically squandering his platform and his talent. That's
True.
terrible. So you asked what you could do. Raquel, just keep being yourself and doing everything that you do. I'm so happy hearing from you, and I think we're lucky we get to hear your stories that only people at your dinner parties used to get to hear. And I love.
Absolutely.
Can I hug you right now? I just want to hug you.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Virtually, at least. For
Yeah.
sure.
Of course.
Oh, absolutely.
I love Star Trek, and so it's pretty much a dream to be able to call you guys friends. And I'm so happy every time a season ends, so I can be here. And
I'm so happy a season ends too, but also because we get to hang out. Not just
the comebacks tonight are just so good.
Not just because it's ending. I love you, Jill. You know what I mean. So, what you got going on, Jill?
And so, yes, I have a channel. Also, feel better soon, Mark.
Thank you, Jill.
And
Yep.
I enjoy looking at all kinds of science fiction, and because I didn't review it with y'all, I'm looking at the original series. I'm almost done season 3. The executives are really pushing in at this point in season 3. It's, we're gonna do Let That Be Your Last Battlefield, and anyway, after I finish Star Trek, I'm going to review For All Mankind. So that's coming up in 10 weeks or so, and see how that goes.
Is that a good show? I've never watched it, but I hear it's really good.
I'm doing it just based on what I hear. I'm gonna find out.
Oh, okay. I could give it a shot and do it cold. I got you.
Yeah. Well,
There
that's
you
why I
go.
do. I do a lot of things cold on my channel because there's so much I didn't see. Because when I was a kid, like Raquel says,
Right.
I was doing homework and I was becoming a computer scientist. So I'm seeing a lot of things for the first time.
Yeah, and
I
that's
hear
okay, fellow INTJ. I love you, and don't ever change.
Yes, you too.
You're
so
the
on
coolest.
Friday, you're cooler.
I can prove that you're both very cool, but I gotta say, Jill, that nobody's cooler than number one. Not even Fonzie.
no,
don't
say
that.
Yeah, she just Raquel doesn't even have to hit the jukebox. She just looks at it.
No, that's right. She's way better than Fonzie.
No, I love you guys.
So, let's see here. Okay, is that it, Jill? Anything else?
Oh, on Friday, I'm gonna
We'll put
look
your
at
link in the channel.
I did.
I'll put your link to your channel. You got all in there? Okay,
Again.
good.
And
In
on
the
Friday,
chat.
I'm going to look at the sci-fi animation Fantastic Planet.
Oh, okay. Number one
good, yeah.
reviewed that once, except at a different
Yep.
title.
And Retro Nerd Girl did as well. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Was that on a? I must have missed it. Was it
On
on
a
Clubhouse?
I
need
do
it.
believe, yeah.
It was a long time ago. It was maybe a couple
Yeah, I
years
gave it
ago.
a year or two ago, but it was under a different title, if I remember right. In fact, I'm pretty sure
Savage
it was
Planet, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what it's called.
Wow, my
Yes.
brain worked.
Yeah, it's the title there.
For something.
You have a marvelous brain. Never mind. Yep.
Well, no, well, thank you, Jill. Is that anything else? Please, everyone, go subscribe to
no,
Jill's
that's
channel.
okay.
Okay.
I'm accepting some artwork from my baby. She drew a fish.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, cool.
A fish. Good.
Did you guys know that when Wayne Rogers left MASH, they tried to sue him for breach of contract, but he never signed the contract because he didn't like what it said. Oh
wow.
Interesting.
He passed not so long ago. I loved Wayne Rogers. He was a trapper. Mark, anything?
Well, I may have Sunday Night Geeker. It depends on how I feel. So I'll stay posted on the Twitters and YouTube.
Let
If
me
not,
know.
maybe I'll move it to like a Monday early or
Popsicles.
yeah, I've been doing popsicles. So I'm guessing probably won't be doing it based on how I feel and how my voice sounds, but we'll see. But thank you. I couldn't not pop in. I was still awake, so I'm like, let me just
glad you
pop in
did.
and say hi. Yep. So thank you.
We're always glad
Killer
to have-
Cornucopia. Liberator.
Yep. Thank you.
So next week, folks, let's see. Hang on.
I got to mention Toxic Tuesday suggested we do Action Jackson to in tribute to
Carl Weathers, the late great. What a sad passing that was. Yeah.
So we're switching movies to
Love that
Action
guy.
Jackson. Yep.
I love that man.
Yeah.
Let's
He
see.
played football in Canada. Is he Canadian? Because he played football here. He was on the BC Lions.
He played for the Oakland Raiders. Then he he did play for a short time in Canada. You're right.
Yeah, BC Lions, baby. Carl
You
Weathers.
know sports ball? What's going on?
No, I don't know sports ball, but I do know my Canadians.
She does.
Step
she
away
does,
from the Canadians.
She knows who Warren Moon is. That's something at least. So there you go. All right, next week, folks, we begin season 5 of Voyager.
It gets better, right?
For some reason, it gets it's right. Yeah, it's peachy. Peachy. I'm just kidding. We're happy about it. I'm just kidding around, making some jokes. So, God, stupid ass StreamYards pissing me off. StreamYards is aggravating me.
What did it do now?
It wouldn't let me load a picture because I've got too many of them.
I got too many.
I gotta get rid of one. God,
You gotta get rid of one. Yeah. I gotta hate when you gotta do that. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So anyway, show notes really quickly because this freaking. All right. So, all right, and if at all possible, we'll be hanging out. Let's see. Yes, again. By the way, next Saturday night. Yes, look at that. Look at the excitement. And I mean every word of it. I'm sincere.
And the crowd goes wild.
I will be at the Geekery, if there is a Geekery, Sunday night. Tuesdays and Thursday nights at the Great Midnight's Edge, of course. But Monday night, I'll be first at 6. I'll be on my buddy J-Man's channel with my Legion of Superheroes reviews. Over there, reviewing all of the Legion of Superheroes in chronological order. They're all their appearances, the only ones that matter, silver and bronze. And then Monday night, Mark C. Comics Talk. Will be, it's Superman month. We're going to be give a proper kickoff to Superman month because every February is Superman month. It is the month of Superman's birth. I don't want to hear this crap about the debut of the character and all that stuff. His fictional birth is February 29th. And this year there is a February 29th.
Awesome.
And it falls on a clubhouse night. Maybe we'll either that day, J-Man and I are going to do something, or maybe that night I'll just use that night to do a Superman birthday party. But yeah, we're going to celebrate superhero numero uno, the big kahuna, baby, Superman. He is, without him, there ain't no superheroes. So maybe it will be a basic Superman talk that night, and then I'm going to each Monday night we're going to definitely do something about Superman comics. And then, of course, Wildcard Wednesday night, I'll do some other Superman talk, amongst other things. Then, of course, we've got the where's mine? Well, the Clubhouse. We'll have the Clubhouse this week with our Mark. If Mark is back for that, we'll have a Blake 7 episode review and a Star Trek comic review for the big Clubhouse. And again, there you go. And then, of course, Friday night, I'll be over there at the great J-Man's channel talking some Daredevil, Frank Miller's Daredevil run. We're reviewing that. A lot of fun, having a great time doing that. 7 p.m. Eastern. And then with Nick and the Comic Shop Boys next Friday night, as always, 8:30 Central. And then again, like I said, it'll be back to this Star Trek show that we talk about so much. Voyager. That's it, right? Voyager. Let's do some shout outs to get out of here really quickly, folks. We got the great our riches first, the great Eric K, Chris Persia, D. Bud Martin, Lord Thoth. Let's see, where were I? Oh, I lost my place. Okay. J-Man, Maddie's Daddy, Cal-El, Bandy Outside, Hungry Boy, Maximum Redstone, and Larry. And now everyone else, my friends who are with us tonight, we thank you so much for being here, including, of course, the wonderful communications officer, Jill. Thank you so much, Jill, for being here with us.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
We love you.
Love you.
FKH, you rock. FKHC, 2005. By the way, anyone who's been a lurker out there, thank you so much, lurkers. We do appreciate you so much. And if you're watching later on a download or a rewatch, thank you. Mars Monkey Max, the Daredevil review is on our buddy J-Man's channel. If we can get his channel up there, I'll get it for you. And if you can subscribe, everyone, go to J-Man's channel. It's on Friday nights. We've been doing it for about a few weeks now. It's going to take us a good while. We're doing all of the Miller run. It's the Changed Comics, as you well know. And we have a lot of fun reviewing it, MMM. And thank you for asking. Sandra and Raymond Feliciano, Malachi D. Wildman, Shooter, Katie, Quagnar, Stuart Mitchell, J.T. Kirk, Dave C., Wes Cagle, the Tetrarch of Apathy, let's see, the Ginger Menace, Rennie L., and her hubby, Tyron Lethridge. Let's see. Taylor Swift is not going to win the Super Bowl, I hope. No, his name is actually Taylor Swift is better than Disney and all that other stuff. Davina Duckworth, thank you for popping in. I hope we'll see you again. Oh, subbed. Okay, you subbed already, Mars? Well, good. Thank you so much for that. Let's see. Talkie Toaster was here. I think I know who you are. Not sure, though. Don Lewis, Professor R2, Jessica Baker, a new person there. Lovely to see you. Blunt Plunk Reviews, Value of Nothing, Michael Beacom and Cassandra Beacom, Mrs. Scuba Pete popped in early. How about that? Let's see here. The great Max Redstone, Captain Infinity, Jamalama, Penny, Macany Draws, Courtney, as in It's Courtney, the wonderful Princess Fiona, Joe Dog Buddy, Eli McGinnis, Mazarus, Jamalama, Jeremiah Hembry, RRTNZ, Wolfie, always good to see you, Wolfie, Dadman of the Dadman Clan, Lisa, Kay Roberts, Stuparizo, I thought I said that right. I'm sorry, I think I said it wrong though. Herc, Ooby Dooby, Fanty Outsider, Ray Lucard, Lasher. Let's see, Mars Monkey Max, thank you, buddy. Sean Carter, Radio Active, Son Lee, Stephen S., The Woke Breaker, Tobor the Robot, William Shakespeare, and Stephen Casaboom. That's about everyone. I'm pretty sure. I hope I got everyone. If we missed anybody, sorry. I tried to do the best I can. Thank you so much for being here tonight, everyone. And have a marvelous remainder of your weekend. And remember to trek on and even better, clobber on, my friends.
I just love clobbering time.
Yeah.